Your mics are on.
Okay, I saw it. To make it too strong. It's my French heritage. we don't do coffee.
Yeah. I like these. I like that.
No point in drinking if it's not strong. French call weak coffee sock water. Consistency of syrup. Tastes like someone boiled a sock. Thanks, man. Did you ditch us on your birthday? I did. You did. You were like, I'm out. Yeah, you were gone.
And it was one of the shortest
meeting ever.
One of the shortest meetings ever.
As soon as you left, we were like, all right, just go.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, we're good to open? Thanks, man. All right, it is 2:32. I will now open this Grant County Commission special workshop regarding intent to apply for special events, quarter 2, 2024. Present are Commissioners Walker, Clapper, McCurdy, Winfield, Hedin, McGann, and myself, Hadler, as well as County Attorney Stocks, County Clerk Wojtek, and our County Administrator, Mallory Nassau, Associate Administrator, Quinn Hall. Thank you, and I will turn our workshop over to Kate Finley, our Special Events Program Manager. Welcome, Kate. All right, so I guess in the past we've just kind of gone through each one kind of quickly, correct? And then we've, I always forget. I think we've debated each one quickly and then kind of given a commissioner straw poll as to whether we are inclined to approve the event, and we end up doing the approval as our first action item during our general business of our regular commission meeting. Does that sound right to everybody? Okay.
Trust you on this.
Great. Don't trust me, Mike.
Okay, so I can just go through the submissions and then feel free to stop me if you all have any questions.
Great.
So as a bit of background, these are the intent to apply submissions that we got for quarter 2 of 2024, so April, May, and June, and were deemed by the Special Events Advisory Committee as high impact. So per our special event ordinance, you all review and approve those ITAs at a quarterly meeting based on the event date. Applicants can request review at an earlier meeting. There is one event in September that has requested early review. For this event, the commission can choose to either issue a decision or postpone at your discretion. So diving right in, submissions for April. First one is Moab Rocks. This is a cycling event with an estimated total daily attendance of 490 people. This is a 3-day mountain bike stage race that they have been operating in Moab since 2013. They operate in different locations around Moab. So one day is going to be the Porcupine Rim Trail, one day is the Barham Trail, and one day is the Mag 7 Trail. Next submission for April is Running Up for Air Moab. This is a new event. It's a trail running event. Total daily attendance is 240 people. This is a Utah nonprofit that hosts endurance mountain challenges to raise money in support of the fight for improved air quality. The series, of which Moab's local chapter seeks to be a part, is a collection of endurance events created to amplify informed dialogue and empower organizations actively working on air quality solutions. Proceeds from these events are directed at nonprofit groups who demonstrate high-value influence strategies. The race platform is used to expose participants and the general public to science-based material about the importance of healthy air. In the Moab edition, participants can choose a 3, 6, or 12-hour event in which they run up Stairmaster and down the Moab Rim as many times as they can. Then the Fallen Peace Officer Ride, which is a motorized event with a total daily attendance of 150, estimated at 100 vehicles. This is an ATV, UTV ride for fallen officers and their families. And the final event, April, is Cruise Moab, a motorized event with total daily attendance of 600 and 250 vehicles. This is an annual event for four-wheel drive Toyota vehicles and enthusiasts. Includes an expo at OSTA and then motorized trail rides.
Okay, it looks like, I think Commissioner Walker had a question. Is that right?
Yeah, going back a couple on the I think it was called the Up for Air race or something.
Yes.
I mean, are they proposing is the Moab Rim Trail going to be closed while they're running it, or are they?
So I think the applicants might be here to answer specific questions, if that's allowed. Otherwise,
Sure, I was just curious about that, or maybe they haven't gotten their permit from the BLM yet, so that's unknown. But.
Yeah, I think in the past we have had applicants answer questions, I believe. Did you want to address that now, or when we look at each specific event?
Okay. So I thought we were at the stage where we're looking at each specific event.
Okay.
So, no, but if we're not, then I can wait.
No, that sounds fine. Is that you, Melissa? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so if you would come forward and you can sit at the table with Kate, and there's a microphone there just so we can get you on the microphone so folks online can hear you.
Hi. What was your question again?
I was just curious whether holding this event would close either the single track to pedestrians or the Moab Rim Trail to vehicles while the race is going on.
No, and I believe it's going to be fully open to all user groups, and I believe we're directing all of the parking in other areas, so we won't be affecting the parking in that area. And there will be additional toilets, so that may take up some space.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Other questions for April? We get to move on to May.
I guess I did on the Trans Rockies event. Are those? Is anyone here from Trans Rockies? It looks so. The one thing that I noticed, I know this event's been going on for over 10 years, but it looks like they changed day 2 to be held at the Bar M trails instead of I think they usually do Klondike Bluffs on that day.
Yeah, and so that was the change that they noted in their event description.
Right.
So they said that they're working with the BLM on that pending the decision here.
Okay, great. Because I know the BLM in the past has had issues with some of the bigger events at the Brands Trails with crowding, and I believe that's also on Saturday. Is that right? Which is obviously Saturday in April is always a big day, and just off the top of my head, it seems like Klondike would be a better place to do that.
Yeah, from what I understand, they're in conversation with the BLM. So.
Okay, so it's a little bit in the BLM's court on that? Okay.
Could we weigh in on that as far as that we would prefer?
Yeah, I suppose we do weigh in on things like that, so yeah. I'd like to note that I think it to me, it makes more sense to continue to hold day 2 out at Klondike. I think it's a little less crowded, especially on a busy Saturday in April. And I think, and I'll let them, and totally, this is up to the BLM, but I think they have had concerns about impact to the brands for large events like that in the past. But again, that's a BLM decision. Anyone else on any of the events in April? Thanks.
Okay, so then moving on to May. The first event in May is the Bronco Safari, motorized event with a total daily attendance estimated at 1,600 and 250 vehicles. This involves an expo at OSTA and then rides out on Jeep Safari routes. And they've noted that their total daily attendance is an estimate, and they are planning on capping registration at 400 vehicles and 800 people.
Okay.
Next up is another Trans Rockies event, Grand Fondo Moab and Gravel Moab Weekend. This is another cycling event, total daily attendance of 445. 2-day bike event. 1 day is a road bike, and then the second day is a gravel bike ride. They're trying to encourage people to sign up for both, but they have set numbers of slots available for single day entries as well. The road ride has been operating for a number of years. The gravel ride is a new addition. So the road ride goes down 128 up the Loop Road and ends at Old City Park. The gravel route would be in the Barham and Gemini Bridges areas.
And did I say that 128 would be closed for part of that time?
Yeah, they usually, I can speak to that a little bit. I actually did the inaugural event of this, and 10 preceding events. They usually start at 8 o'clock, and they do a rolling closure of 128 while the race passes. It usually takes maybe an hour, and they've done that for the last, since they started it in 2010. And then they go up the Loop Road and they come back around to Old City Park. And I believe the Loop Road is not closed. That's usually open. So they keep one lane for the race and one lane for the other folk. I looked pretty hard at the second day. This is the first time that they have run the gravel event on the Sunday. And I was looking at the course that they had sketched out, and it looked like that course could use some clarification. It looked like they were kind of on Google Maps and put together just a series of roads out in the Gemini Labyrinth area, and some of those roads didn't look like very good choices to my eye. And it also looked like at the end of that, where they came back in, it looked like they would have to use a portion of 191. That maybe there was a way around that. I don't know if you guys looked and saw the same thing that I did, but I was on Google Maps kind of looking at the routes. And obviously, I don't think it would work to have an event going on 191 on a busy weekend. So that I would definitely like clarification on that second day of the gravel event for sure.
I guess I was also curious more generally, just how many times a year do we shut parts of 128? I know the half marathon does it. They don't?
They used to. I don't think they are.
Really? So how are they doing? Are they doing the race on 128? Or?
Yeah, but I don't think. Well, or maybe they closed it, but they don't have the whole thing closed anymore like they used to. It's weird.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that either.
Yeah. Okay. I guess that's the thought behind it. I mean, that is a pretty significant.
It is, right.
If you're waiting for an hour for 128 to open up, that's a pretty big inconvenience. So we don't want to do it too often, I think.
Right.
It is just about an hour's time is all it takes, though, to reach.
It is, yeah. It takes the faster cyclists can do it in like 35 minutes, and the slower ones in about an hour. They ride up to the Castle Valley turnoff there. I think it's about 16 miles or so.
I think more likely that would be all right versus 191.
Yes, 191 is certainly busier, and
I know I used to work for the Moab Half Marathon. Can you guys hear me? Is this working? You guys know? I don't know. Anyways, I mean, she would post things out like literally a couple weeks ahead of time at every single campground, right? Made it clear that you were kind of pinned down if you were in those campgrounds for that period of time, but it was fully closed. But I want to say that they're not closing the entire thing anymore. I know it sounds weird, but I think maybe they're closing one lane, and I don't know how they're doing it.
But closing one lane is also pretty significant.
I agree.
They closed it all down this year.
Oh, did they? Okay. But
sir, I did not the entire road, but portions of it.
Right, portions of it. Right.
From town out to.
Yeah, and that's a longer. Yeah, it's definitely a longer closure for sure.
But yeah, I would definitely like more clarity on the Sunday of the event that's associated with this one.
Specifically on whether 191 is used.
Exactly, right at the end of that. Yeah, the roads that they mention, it looks like are named roads on Google Maps. They're different than the names locals use for a lot of the roads. For example, the old Dead Horse Point Road instead of DeBinky Wells and that type of thing. But when you put them all together, it looks I don't see a way to get back without using part of the highway. And I'm not sure how much they looked into that or if they're just kind of in the preliminary stages. But yeah.
I was just going to ask with seeking clarification if that couldn't be done today, what that would look like, if you guys would maybe want to make it a condition or have it come back to the next meeting, since there's nothing competing that weekend. But
okay.
And then last event in May is Raptors on the Rocks, which is a motorized event, total daily attendance 165 and 100 vehicles. This is an event that's in its fourth year, where enthusiasts of the Ford Raptor gather to share ideas, thoughts, and best practices on off-roading, protecting the environment to share continued outdoor access and enjoyment, and education on driving skills and vehicle usage. Then moving on to June. First submission for June is the John Wayne Grit Series. This is a trail running event with a total daily attendance of 200. This is a trail race fundraiser for the John Wayne Cancer Foundation. They have 5 other events in different locations that are part of the series. All proceeds would go to cancer research. The family of John Wayne are very involved with the event and present at runs as well. Locations would include Professor Valley and the Onion Creek area.
And this is a new event?
This is a new event. Yeah.
So that we might need some clarification on Professor Valley too, because really that road doesn't go that far up there. It goes, you know what I mean?
Right.
So Onion Creek is one thing, but Professor Valley only really goes slightly past the ranch, and then it ends. But I guess if it's a short race, 2 mile race, but yeah. Anyways, maybe some clarification on that. It's a little odd.
I can speak to it if you like.
Sure.
Yeah, come on up, Brian, if you would, yeah.
Yeah.
So the organizers do a full marathon, a half marathon, a 5K, and they do a kids run.
Oh,
Over the
so
course
that
of
would
those
be the
3
kids
days.
run.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes
So,
sense.
and
Okay,
then,
perfect. That was like, it's not very far.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
It's literally for the kid team.
Okay, that's perfect.
And then as far as, I know they got BLM approval, there is a slight section of 128, which they would have to contra for a very short period of time.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, that helps. I was just like, that road doesn't go very far.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
it's a
that
bunch of stuff there.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Thank you.
And then the last event submission for June is the Redrok Roundup, which is a motorized event, total daily attendance of 750 and 380 vehicles. This is an off-road guided tour event in partnership with Red Cliffs Lodge. The event will be held on private property outside of Moab city limits. It will have vendor booths, guided tours, meals, raffles, and a concert on the closing night. Participating drivers will meet their guides at designated trailheads. Guided trails offered will be north, northeast, and northwest of Moab, with the exceptions of Steel Bender, Behind the Rocks, Hell's Revenge, and Fins and Things. No night rides will be held. Red Cliffs has extensive experience in large events and will provide lodging, dining, event parking, expanded sanitation, and expanded restroom facilities. In addition, lodging will also be provided by hotel properties within Moab. All guides will have proper first aid and CPR training, in addition to environmental impact, outdoor waste, trail rules including safety and etiquette, and a short history of the trail systems being used. Private security will be on site. 2 recovery teams will be on standby to rapidly assist in any vehicle issues to ensure minimum impact to trail systems. All drivers will be required to present their Utah OHV education course certificate during the registration process. And a single strike rule will be in effect throughout the roundup. No drinking and driving will be tolerated. Any legal infractions, to include driving infractions and improper trail use, will result in the involved party being dismissed from the event. Target audience includes UTV owners, drivers, and off-road enthusiasts.
So the trail rides will be during the day.
That
And there will be
is my
and then there will be activities in the evening.
I think the organizers are here for this event as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
Would you come forward and speak, please?
because otherwise people can't hear you on.
And please introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name's Mark Pett. I'm one of the organizers of Redrok Roundup. Yes, the guided rides will be in the morning, and then there will be vendor booths open during the day, and then some events at night. And there is a couple of mistakes we made on this. We're going to move. We're not going to have any major events on a Saturday night. Saturday will be the wrap up and move out night. And so we want to minimize impact on that day, and especially any traffic occurring on that night. So we'll have our events on Thursday and Friday, and we'll just have a move out night on Saturday.
So I want to make sure I understood. So on Saturday, there isn't going to be any trail rides or just trail rides
There will
in the
be
morning?
just trail rides and vendor booths and meals on Saturday. There won't be any events that Saturday.
And by events, you mean events out at Red Cliffs Lodge in the evenings? That's what's not happening on Saturday?
No, we're gonna change it basically to make sure that the vendors wrap up during that day and move it up that night. So we won't have any organized on the Saturday night. We'll move those to the Thursday and Friday night. Does that make sense?
I think so. But I guess you were just calling them events, and I think some people were thinking of the trail rides as events. But so trail rides Thursday, Friday, all the days, but the evening events, not Saturday evening. I think that's my understanding.
Would you at all consider requiring trailering to the trailheads
So
as a part of the event?
we are going to highly recommend that. It is going to be part of the waiver that folks sign. It's going to include the OHV license that's required here in Utah. We're going to talk about the history of Utah, about the requirements, a little bit of what's gone on with past events, and highly encourage trailering. However, we've spoken to the law enforcement. We do not have the authority or the ability to enforce that. So while we could require it, we would sign ourselves up for failure because we'd never be able to legally enforce it.
Okay.
If someone has a street legal vehicle, we
I understand. Right.
Any other questions for Mr. Pett?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
And then the last submission is for September. So this is the one that the commission can elect to postpone a decision for since it was submitted early. This event is Melon Nights / The Rooster, which is a concert festival with total daily attendance of 500. And it is a sustainable living festival focused on environmental studies, including music and workshops at Jake Star Ranch.
And this is the
Very edge of Grand County, right?
Yes.
this is the
Small line.
the Building Man folks. They've done the Building Man in the past, right?
Correct.
So they did that in the spring, right?
This is Building Man is in the spring, and then this one is proposed for I think, September.
Okay, because it says it's the 12th year that they've offered it, but this is the first year that they've actually offered a fall event, like a second event. Just
sounds like it.
okay, that was kind of my understanding when I.
Or at
Yeah.
least that it's risen to this level of impact.
that.
Are they profit or nonprofit?
That is something I can find out.
Okay, I couldn't find it when I was reading. Couldn't find that, or I overlooked it.
Have we been in touch at all with like the town of Green River or Emery County about this or other events that are happening just across the river from them? Because I guess my thought is, I guess I would hesitate to give this, an early approval. I'd rather, try to see what, the people who are near the event and more likely to be impacted by it, think before we make a decision. So.
I would really like to, in reaching out to Emery County, just ask if we can give a heads up to emergency services. If you're going to locate 500 people down that, I've seen it. It's a dirt road down on private property, but if you're going to locate that many people down, emergency services should be at least notified as a heads up from Emery County.
I bet they would greatly appreciate that.
They wouldn't mind.
Maybe Green River City Council. I don't know. They're already selling tickets.
All right, and that's the total number of the events for Q2 plus the ones that are looking at a what do you call it, the early consideration, right? Okay. So now we go back and discuss each one and take a quick straw poll as to appetite to move forward with those.
So the new events then there's two new running events. There's the I forget the word.
Redrok Roundup.
Redrok Roundup, and then right, yeah, the two, and then also the one we were just discussing that's up close to Green River. So those are the four new events.
Right.
So maybe we could start with the events that are not new and see if there are concerns about those.
Yeah, I'd almost add the second, the Grand Fondo weekend is doubled in size too. I don't know if you consider that a new event, but it's definitely expanded.
Sure. Okay. Put that one into.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So you wanna does that sound good to everybody? Look at the events that have a track record, and that would include the it's not Red Rocks. What is it? Moab Rocks. Moab Rocks, Fallen Peace Officer, Cruise Moab, Bronco Safari, Grand Fondo, maybe Raptor on the Rocks. Those would be the ones that we've permitted before.
Yeah, I would say if there was concerns about the size increase of the Grand Fondo and maybe some conditions on the route, I might pull that off the list. But the rest of the list, I'm comfortable with.
Yeah, I'm not that concerned with the Grand Fondo. I would really like to clarify the route on the second day. I think that's my biggest concern with that one. Mike?
I'll second the concerns from Evan, that as long as off 191, be able to pull it off, or to put it. I mean, I even admit 191's going to get a little hectic if you're anywhere near it. So.
Right.
So I guess, you're talking about some kind of conditional approval, like we approve it, but we want to check off on how they're solving the 191 issues before the final event approval. I mean,
yeah, that seems reasonable.
I guess there's another event that I had concerns about. There's this Bronco Safari, which when we discussed it a year ago, they seem to have a poor track record of dealing with staff and obeying the rules and things like that. And I inquired again about how it's been the past year. And again, they've been getting some pretty negative reviews from our staff, and I think secondhand others as well. So I guess, I think, this is, maybe Mallory wants to elaborate on that, but based on what I've heard, I guess I'm not inclined to approve the Bronco Safari event because of sort of, failure to obey the rules over multiple years. So.
Okay. Did you want to speak to that, Mallory?
I did pull some notes, and there were definitely the kind of ongoing trend issues of kind of non-responsive, missing deadlines. So that was a struggle, it sounds like, this past year, and also sounds like the norm that they've had in the past. But this year, there were complaints that OSTA staff noted that included driving with excessive speeds on the OSTA property, traffic congestion, blocking off traffic on OSTA property, pedestrian traffic in parking lots, tree lights or spotlights after curfew, Bronco participant altercation with a softball parent, Bronco participant hit softball parent's car with fist. I'm reading notes. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
sure,
That's
yeah, understood.
There was also the note from a staff member. I personally responded to the above mentioned items along with a couple of other items that involved some minor property damage. The property damage was able to be easily fixed by OSTA staff. And then OSTA staff comment for future considerations is to help mitigate some of the complaints and comments that have come in regarding this event. Would be to have them create some type of information section in their registration packet for visiting Moab. That guide could help them to give out tips for their attendees about being respectful drivers and some basic trail etiquette that Grand County has been pushing messaging for. And then some referral agencies in their after action reports noted that there was some issues, very minimal, at Sand Flats with a group passing through the booth that didn't have a permit and weren't organized. I don't know what that quite means. And also they noted for that if the event is to be approved again, they think better education for the drivers passing through Sand Flats would be ideal. Yes, and I don't know if I should mention this, but last year they also had an issue that wasn't actually their doing, but some of the folks attending the event did have a kind of vandalism incident, but it was confirmed that that was not while they were on one of the expeditions or side tours of the event. It was after event hours.
And that was vandalizing a petroglyph? Is that... Yeah, we had a similar conversation a year ago, and the idea as well, let's give them another chance, see if things improve. But my impression, from Mallory's report, is that things have not improved. So,
and unsolicited opinion, I think that if you're looking at ones where it's kind of you want people to understand why we have this special event ordinance and kind of the impact mitigation and the goals for preserving Moab so others can continue to come and enjoy it. Events like this really give it a bad name and maybe should not have that consideration, while others, like the Redrok Roundup, who have been very mindful of the ordinance and really want to start off with a strong impact mitigation education approach. Something to keep in mind.
Bill, is anybody here from this organization to speak to this issue? I mean, yeah, I agree with your assessment. I think it's an issue if nobody's here to stand up for it.
And
Yeah.
then we did talk to them very seriously last year and said we were very concerned about some of the attitudes and behaviors. So they were told.
Yeah, I do remember that conversation when we had the intent to apply last year. We did have a similar conversation. I can't recall the specific incidents that were flagged, but we approved with that in mind.
Additional.
But
Heard many points. from OSA staff and during meetings at that same time. There were many problems. Were those problems told to the organizer at that time, or was that list provided to the organizer? And did that organizer reply to any of this? I mean, was there a rebuttal to this as they're not here?
I'm not sure. This is just what I hold. Angie's out of town,
Yeah.
so I just went into our software system and took out the notes that had been added, but I don't know what was communicated with them.
That's what I would want them to answer for the actions, even for their event guests. But I understand, as an event host myself, you can't control everyone, but you need to be available to mitigate problems. And the unavailability right now speaks loudly.
Yeah, it does seem like one of the biggest complaints was just their non-responsiveness, and so I'm guessing they probably, so it's in keeping with that we just don't have a response over these issues.
I just think considering the business downturn that we've had, I'm pretty much in favor of most of these events moving forward, but I definitely struggle that they're not here answering to some of the huge concerns that we brought up.
And to be fair, I think folks are informed that their event has been classified high impact and that it will go to the commission and what that quarterly review looks like, but they aren't formally told to come and present or defend, but they are welcome, and I think it's great.
Has there been back and forth correspondence on any of these points, or in any sense of that matter?
And I just want to make it clear, we're not making findings on whether these things occurred or didn't occur. And that's one thing that we have to be cautious about. We're not saying that they have done these things and we're certain of it, because otherwise we're going to trigger a requirement for a notice in a hearing, and we don't want to put ourselves in that position. However, what we're saying is that there are concerns. They're not here today. They didn't respond. And I just want to make sure that we're not coming out and saying they damaged a petroglyph. We're certain it was them, and it was them that was connected to it. That's not what we're focused on today. Instead, we're focused on, is this an event that the commissioners would like to see continuing forward? We're not putting them on trial for the nuances. So maybe I would encourage the commissioners to focus on the things that they would like to see for the event.
I think back to like the discussion around process I know there's not always a post event summary from people that worked with them, but I don't know if this was one of the ones that we had done our provisional approval or whatever. I didn't see any kind of these notes, and I was just curious if there's a process in place in the application thing where if some of these high impact events that have been happening for years, if we have some notes on history, if there's a way for us to get that for this program.
So I think this is maybe the first year that we have more formalized information, and that's where I took this from, was that after event survey. And so those are now automated going out. So we should have that every year. But I imagine in prior years it might have been more like written or less of a streamlined, clear process.
I think if there is the possibility to get a link to that survey, at future intent to apply workshops, that would be helpful, I think.
So I guess we have a lot of different events to discuss. Maybe should we just do a straw poll on this? For, people who are in favor, opposed, undecided.
Sure. Yeah. And then we'll move on to the rest of the ones we discussed that had previously been permitted. Yeah. So in favor of the Bronco Safari event, and again, this is just a straw poll, so we can use this to kind of make our motions during the regular agenda item. So all those who would be in favor of permitting the Bronco Safari this year, raise your hands. And all those opposed?
I would put myself in the undecided category if
Okay.
that's an option.
Okay, that's fair.
Yes.
All right,
Okay, so it sounds like we need a separate vote on that one at the main meeting.
it does sound like that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yes, Mary?
If we're on the undecided votes or whatever, is there specific questions you want to have asked? And how long can we look at it again next meeting? Or is this?
Well, I think we'd have to make a motion, that would have to be part of our, because these are all up, I guess, on our action item, right? So we'd have to, we'll vote on it at the time of the action item. And I don't know where we go from there. As they're not here currently.
Are we able to make that request in the intent to apply process, or do we have to?
You can make it conditional, but you're gonna need to see quite a few things to address all of the outstanding reported issues. So you probably wanna see more education, you'd wanna see maybe a deposit, some other things listed out. I don't know if there's an amount of things that you guys could put ahead of time as conditions to make it worth approving it conditionally, but that's.
I think maybe there's some confusion created with that will need to be a separate vote. I think, right, you more meant as an action item, that one will need to be an individual versus the potential of, I move to approve ITA number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, that's what I
at
meant.
another meeting.
Yes, yeah, right. Got it. Okay, so we'll move on from that one. We can address that further.
So just to summarize, so on the repeating events, we're maybe considering some conditions on the second part of the
Grant Fondo.
With the 191 issue, and then it's not clear that there's a majority in favor of approving the Bronco Safari, but the others could be grouped together this afternoon.
Yeah.
I was just gonna, to Mary's question, in my indecision, I don't know if there's a clear thing that I could say, check this box and then I'll decide or whatever. So for a vote today, I would probably lean towards not approving it today.
My main concern with this one is that we spoke to them so strongly last year about wanting certain things improved, and then not only does it sound like a lot of them have been improved, they're not even here.
Right.
Yeah, I guess that's my feeling. It just feels like not the first strike. This is like a third strike situation, not a first strike. So we had a very similar conversation last year about this.
And it doesn't mean they can't reapply next year and address all those issues.
Okay, so as far as the rest of the events that are repeats, in other words, Mob Rocks, Fallen Peace Officer, Cruise Moab, Grand Fondo, other than that, concern about the second day, Raptors on the Rocks. Anyone have any concerns about those, or is everyone good with those?
I guess there was also, maybe you were wanting to, on the other cycling event, you were skeptical about them using the Brands area.
I just like to, and again, I feel fine with the BLM making that call. If the BLM doesn't feel like it's appropriate for them to be there, then it sounds like they are prepared to get to do their regular course out at Klondike. Yeah, I just wanted to note that for sure.
Okay.
So are we all good with those? I'm personally good with them. Okay. So
Yeah, I'm good. I had only mentioned pulling it out for conditions because I thought the others were going to be a big fall, like a mass approval of all the other ones. I'm fine with the Fondo, getting signed off by the other permitting agencies and moving forward.
Okay, so I guess the next one we'd address is running up for airs as one of the new events.
So, Michelle, is it Michelle?
Melissa.
Melissa, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can come on up, Melissa.
I'm going to pick on you a little bit.
Hi, I'm Melissa.
I'm Trish. You seemed a little unclear, which is understandable if you're in the intent to apply stage about where's the parking going to be. My understanding, you're saying running up the rim, coming down Stairmaster.
That is correct.
Okay. and you don't want to close it,
Other direction.
even though,
Up
or vice
Up
versa.
the single track, down the.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh,
Upstairs, okay, gotcha, okay. I guess the conditions that I would like to see on your event is more clarification on where you're gonna provide parking, because that parking lot is really, really small.
Oh, it is. It's, there's a group of us working on it, and as I understand in our meeting, we decided to we're applying for the elementary school parking.
Okay.
And we liked that spot because we could do a shuttle without crossing the main drag.
Great. Yeah, because I know that like Mad Moose is doing a lot of shuttling. I think when they did the Amasa back, I'm trying to remember, but that trailhead now is such a mess that they are starting to shuttle a lot of that stuff just because of, and that parking lot's super small.
We agree. We don't want to impede other user groups.
Good. Okay. And you're running up Stairmaster and down. Is that right? Or
that is correct. We're going to go up the single track.
Okay. Yeah.
And then they'll come down on the double track proper.
Yeah. And I guess I feel a little better about that because I see you guys out hiking Hidden Valley all the time. But because if you were coming down Stairmaster, I think it'd be a mess.
If we were coming down Stairmaster,
yeah, because a lot of people use that too, and you know that. But I think if you're running up and you're going past people, okay.
Yeah, it should spread it out so that locals and other people that want to enjoy the trail can still use it in both directions.
Good. Okay. Yeah. So okay. That helps me. I was you seemed a little fuzzy, but that helps. Okay. Good.
So I guess I had some more general concerns, and this is tough. I bump into Melissa out there on the trail as well over the years, and this this sounds like the running up and down to that is exactly the sort of race that I want to participate in. Nevertheless, I think 2/3 of our current special events are either running, cycling, or motorized. And we've discussed this in the past and discussed the want for more variety. And, I think we, if we advertise to race organizers, you could probably have a race here every single weekend. There's sort of a, effectively infinite appetite for those things. So in the past, I've tended to vote against brand new events that fall into those categories because I'd like to leave room for other events. So I mean, this one does have a little bit of a local angle, which I think is something in its favor, and I'm trying. And this certainly isn't personal bias against it because I'd love to participate in this event if it gets approved. But I think just for the sake of consistency, I'm just not sure we need still more running events, and that applies to this one and also to the one being held out in Professor Valley. So.
I'd also note this is a nonprofit.
Yeah, I did. I mean that helps me a little bit. Yeah.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah, definitely.
We are nonprofit. None of us are getting any money for this. We're just volunteering, and we're raising the money to help preserve the clean air. So that's really important. And then I forgot the other thing I was talking about.
So they're not. So you're like the Moab branch of a statewide clean air nonprofit. Is that the right way to describe it?
Yeah, that's where the money's going. Someone in Salt Lake came up with the idea, and this is part of a series, so that everyone doesn't have to drive to Salt Lake to participate in an event that raises money for clean air.
I agree with you, Kevin. We're heavy on running races, athletic events and such as that, but I do like the nonprofit. I like the fact that it's going for clean air, and that so I would tend to approve it.
I forgot to mention that we are choosing 2 local groups to receive money from this as well. The Moab Youth Garden was one of them. Do you remember the other one? We want to give money locally to Moab groups as well, not just the air quality litigation.
Do we know what non-high impact events, if any, are happening that weekend?
They are on the calendar as well. So it looks like it's just Moab Rocks and Marina for air. There are Denny Lower activates that we can do.
Great.
So there's not another running event that weekend. Another win.
We chose that weekend because we looked at what else was going on.
Thank you.
And that's the weekend
Thank you for
after
picking it on.
Easter, it looks like.
Good job.
All right. Any other questions or concerns for Melissa? I'll take a quick straw poll. All those in favor of pushing this event forward? And all not in favor?
Neutral.
Okay. All right.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Melissa,
That's great.
Kevin and I will volunteer.
Voluntold.
All right. We'll move on to the next one. And I just had that up and I changed it. Oh yeah. And it looks like the next one is the John Wayne, right? Okay.
So I guess my concerns here are the same. We're already very heavy on running events as well as cycling and motorized events. In contrast, this is a big national charity. I'm sure there's lots of other similar national organizations that would like to run races here if we decided, we wanted to fill up our calendar that much. But I think our special event ordinance, one thing it calls out is a variety of special events. At the moment, 2/3 of them are in these three categories. And so I think if we're going to gradually work toward that variety, we don't want to be improving ever more of these running events. So I think because this one does not, unlike the previous running event, this one doesn't have the local angle. So I guess I would be opposed to this one as opposed to neutral.
I would note myself, it is the 1st of June, which is a bit of a, it's kind of on the tail end of our busy season, and there doesn't look like there's any other events on the calendar, and it's also not in Moab. So I'd be inclined to be in favor of this personally. Mike?
Is
I
there?
asked him to come up just so if we had questions, if that's okay, you go ahead.
So Brian Hunnings, Redcliffe's, Molly, the event organizer, apologizes. She's in Colorado. She got stuck planning their race over there. A couple things. This is an off-trail marathon, which I don't believe we have many in Moab, number one. Two, there is kind of a local angle to this, actually. Yes, it is national. They only run 5 races, and they're all done in areas that John Wayne films. They have always dreamed of trying to get into Moab and have had trouble getting here. I know everyone is aware that next year is the 100-year.
We can't close it.
Next year is the 100-year film anniversary for the state 75th for Moab, and some of us went to the state tourism conference down in St. George 3 weeks ago. It's a huge push for the state next year, film tourism. One of the things that John Wayne Foundation itself and the descendants of John Wayne have pushed is, one of the reasons why they're angling for next year and getting started here is because they do want to make sure that it's giving back to the local community. They do want to make sure that they're tying into the film aspect of it. It's not just a race that is here and they're done. They're here usually for a week pre and post. They're looking at having their family members come and do a variety of different things that would tie in as well with the film celebration in general. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Brian, are they staging at a Red Cliffs? Is that how you're involved? Or they are? Okay.
And did you say off-trail marathon, or did you mean trail marathon?
It's off-road. Sorry.
Okay.
That thank you for the film tie-in part. Just to discuss with Kevin here. Is there any other competing events that are trying for this time slot? Like I know we're heavy on run events. I mean, there's a lot of runs, but it's not the event host concern if he wants to hold a rock concert and there's too many rock concerts on an open weekend. Like the too many runs thing is kind of a.
Well, I guess
there's a lot of runs in Moab because people like to run out in our scenery. that there's a lot of 4x4 events because we're a 4x4. I mean, we have river events because we have a river.
About the weekend, I think in past discussions over this, it seemed like the inclination was not to try to have a large special event every single weekend of, through the spring. So, yes, it's bad if we have two big events on the same weekend, but if like every single weekend in May or June is full, I think that can also be cause for concern. I agree. I mean, it's hard to define a sharp cutoff, like, what's too many events, what's too little, but we do get, we get a lot of feedback that, town seems too crowded, and it seems like, the interests of residents are being given, treated as subsidiary to, the interest of, event promoters. So that's the thing. And so I do think because of that reason, there's only so many events we can host, and given that finite number, maybe it's good to have some variety. We already have lots of running events. I love running events.
I figured.
But I don't think I don't think every event we have should be a running event. So. But I do acknowledge that Brian listed some things about this event which would not be true for a generic event. So I thought your comments were definitely pertinent. Thanks.
No, thank you for that. That film tie-in is a good point across Utah. Sorry. Any other discussion on this event? All right, quick straw poll. All those in favor of pushing the event forward? All opposed? Lukewarm. Okay, got it. I think we have a good idea. Wow. Thanks. So then we'll move on to, I think is the next one the Redrok Roundup, right? Okay.
I would like to know from the number of emails and such we've gotten, Alicia, on for and opposed, how many we gotten? Just out of curiosity, do you have that?
I think Mary's referring to this event has definitely stirred up passions both directions for sure, and it seems like they're equal on both sides to my count. But
all was yes, there were 34 opposed, and the other one was 52.
52 opposed and 34.
Yeah, but the opposed ones aren't all just specific to that. They're specific to UTVs.
Just UTVs in general.
Mike, you had your hand up. Oh. Yeah. We, as a commission, decided to last year this same event was put forth, and on conditions and timing, I understood. Event host here understood mostly, but he checks off a ridiculous amount of points and boxes compared to every other event. In fact, to the point of my counterpart Mary saying that she would support this event if he had hit the timeline last round. But the emails aside, saying that we didn't pay attention to the San Juan emails when they said don't bother us, that we pay attention to these would be a definite flip-flop there on current lookings. But I'm completely in favor of the event. I can't speak highly enough for checking all these boxes. It's ridiculous, the work that you had put in on that. It's wonderful. As an event host myself, I would love to come to this to see how not a motorized event is run, but how an event is run. Mary?
There is this, UTVs are a hot issue in Grant County, as we all know. And that, for me, talking for myself, I am in favor of granting permission for this event on a condition that we see if it is a real negative impact on our community, then it will not be repeated. I do not want my neighbors that live in areas where they are highly impacted by the noise to have a weekend where they're just And, you know, when it's horrible, and I know a lot of it won't be the fault of the event organizers, a lot of it be of those people that just, you know, decide to. But it is bringing in a huge amount of UTVs to our community. And if we find out that they are unable to respect our neighborhoods when we bring that many in, then I would not be, you know, okay with it the following year. If we find out that, and I live close enough that I will know if it's creating a huge amount of noise.
Bill had his hand up next, and I'll get to Kevin and then around.
You know, I want to speak to the fact that they've gone to a lot of work here. It's more important for me, though, that work continues past your event. It's clear from Mallory's report on was it the Bronco Safari or whatever, that it's after your event that the impacts are felt by those of us here, the community. And so not just to be careful with the noise and the trailering when you can and all of those things that help, but afterwards, if there are issues that I'm sure that the Sand Flat staff would love to have some help cleaning up after an event. I see posting, yeah, you're welcome to come up. And I'm just speaking that the aftermath of these events sometimes is what we want to not see, as we did with the other one. And so I'm in favor of it. I think you guys have done a great job here, but I'm encouraging you to remember that it's aftermath that then causes us to be in a tough position to come out in favor of something at the next year. So that's what I'm in. And also, there's also the impression after an event has happened that the local businesses, because there's, I don't know, we have at least 8 or 10 businesses that rent locally here, they end up being the bad guys sometimes for an event that does damage in the outdoors. And so my encouragement is to be a year-round participant in the community and afterwards to help us with that. But I'm in favor of what you guys have done. And if you want to speak to that, feel free to.
Sure, and I very much appreciate those comments. We don't want to do this once. We want to keep coming back. If there were issues, we would hope we would get the chance to mitigate those in a follow-on event, and would be 100% willing to come listen to those issues and see what we can do within the bounds of the law. There was not an area to put this on the application, but we did mention this when we were here earlier. We will have 2 trail cleanup rides.
Awesome.
We can talk about when you would like to have those occur. We normally would do one at the beginning of the year, when the side-by-sides come in, and then another one at the end of the year. We would like some input on what trails you would like us to go clean up, and whether you would like us to do some improvement. I know Kent Green is on our staff. Kent has extensive experience going out and actually handling these kind of activities. And Kent Green is on our staff as well to direct the guides to make sure that we are staying within the areas that have been pain points in the past to MOA. A couple of businesses in town, you have more than 20 businesses in town that are actually motorized. And a couple of businesses in town are actually going to be part of our staff and will be part of the crew and all that. And so we're going to be highly sensitive to making sure their reputations are maintained.
And I appreciate all those comments, and Shock, I apologize. It might not have been my privilege to allow him to speak, so I apologize.
No worries. Thank you, Bill. Kevin had his hand up next.
Yeah. So I guess I'm not in favor of this. I think, a few years ago we had, just as an interim measure, a complete ban on UTV events. And then years after that, we got rid of that. And I think there was a general feeling that, approving a few lower impact UTV events, would be something that most of us, including me, would be in favor of. But I guess I don't think that this is a low impact UTV event. The aspect of it that's been emphasized quite a bit is being based up the river, closer to Castle Valley, which I think some people in Castle Valley don't appreciate. But when we hear complaints from residents about UTV noise, it's not what's happening in hotel parking lots or things like that. It's people on their way to trails. And because you're still doing all the trails that require driving through neighborhoods, I mean, I think that's the the easiest mitigation you would make that would get my attention is you just focus on all the other trails, leave Sand Flats out of it, leave Cane Creek out of it, go to places where it doesn't require driving through a neighborhood, or alternatively require trailers, which I think you can do. I mean, if someone as a condition for a participating event, they can promise to do all kinds of stuff. So I guess I'm not persuaded that this section of state code prevents you from doing that. Maybe the volunteer measures will be effective, but I guess we'll see. But I think those. So to me, the easy things that would definitely reduce the impact of this event are not being done, and instead I guess the other thing would just be keeping the overall numbers down. 380 UTVs is, I think, my calculation, bumper to bumper for a mile long. That's a pretty large number. We have lots of motorized events that are smaller than that. Those are still viable events. I think getting that kind of concentration on one weekend is also not a service to residents. So the summary is this is, to me, not significantly different from older UT events that that caused us to stop approving them in the first place. I don't. It's not too hard to imagine what such an event would be, but I don't think that this is it.
I very much appreciate the measures that you got. I think that you've heard a lot of people and are working as hard as you can to create as low an impact an event as possible. I'm just curious, where did you get the 380 number?
Well, we took the number of trails, and that's going to be a maximum amount.
Sure, I understand. Yeah,
when
right.
I spoke to Katie,
Yep.
she basically told us put in the maximum amount.
Mhm.
So, when you take a minimum of, we're going to put 20 vehicles per trail
At a time. Yeah.
when you go out there. And we've been to several of these events. We have some experience with other events that are going down in Sand Hollow. And most of the time, a good quarter of those trails do not have enough participants
Right.
for you to send them out. And so we expect that's a full maximum value. We think we'll come in below that.
Okay.
Especially in the first year. I think we'll come in below what we were advised to put in.
Yeah.
What the possibility could be.
Right. Okay. So you're does that mean you're doing 19 different trails?
Somewhere around that. And then we talked this morning, we're looking at combining some of those trails as well to even bring this down. One thing I may mention about the Sand Flats trails, the BLM is not for or against this. They did issue us a permit. However, they stated that we need to be consistent and asked us to put in a multi-year permit for them. They have not given us a multi-year permit, just the one.
Okay.
However, an application, they stated if you want to do it multiple years, we need to see that now. And they told us to list all of the trails that were there. I also received word that the parking lots that are in those areas are now large enough to accommodate the trailering. If they were to go there, we pushed those off the list before because those parking lots were not even large enough for people to trailer to get enough participants in there.
You're saying you canceled some trails because the parking lots weren't large enough to accommodate.
Yeah, the parking lot at the time, the
Okay.
parking lots were not there to be able to accommodate the amount of people in trailering. I'd be interested to know more about whether I could require trailering. We could.
Mhm. Yeah.
From our research, it cannot be enforced. We can do everything we can in the event to require it.
Yeah.
Or if someone digs in and decides to bring law into it, there's nothing we can do. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mary.
See, I kind of agree with, if you're running an event and you say everyone, say it's a swimming event, and you say everyone, including the males, have to wear a swim cap to participate in this event, then everybody wears a swim cap. So if you, as the event organizer, say we require everyone to trailer, or you can't join our event, I don't know why that can't happen. Yeah, I guess there could be, but I don't understand why.
Great. Sorry, Steve.
You're not my client, I'm the county's attorney. It's,
That
it's your own
makes sense.
counsel.
Great.
And I won't entertain a question from the
It's
commission.
a good question for your attorney, though. I think we'd all appreciate.
So just kind of a small technical, you singled out some trails where you would encourage trailering. But it seemed to me that King Creek should probably be on that list. I think getting out to King Creek also involves driving, by people's houses. So
I mean, yes, sir, it absolutely does. We thought about King Creek, you come to the very first light as you enter into Moab, make a right, and then you're almost immediately out of town.
Go right past Evan's house, actually.
Yeah.
Wait,
That's unfortunate.
yeah,
Yeah, a lot of people live down there.
We can definitely do everything we can to encourage the trailering. The hard part with Pritchett and the hard part with Canes Creek is there's only one parking lot out there that's large enough to accommodate all of them. And so there would be a fair amount of driving on the roads for UTVs going to Moab Rim, going to Canes, going to Chicken Corners as well. So you would have a lot of traffic past a lot of, not I guess in particular the single street in Moab we would go by, but most of the campgrounds in the areas that were out there.
There's 2 large parking lots out there,
Yes, ma'am.
right when the pavement ends and then on Mossback. So there's 2 fairly large, and that time of year would actually be, they wouldn't be packed full.
I mean,
That's June-ish, so.
It's getting hot.
Mike's had his hand up for a while, so I'll
good.
go
Sorry,
to him.
sorry, Mike, sorry.
I'm actually going to agree with Mary's previous point on the fact that, and Bill's point here, that when there is a problem this year, if the event is held, continued participation in this conversation, there will be something. It will come up. But I do like the fact in UTV events, as holding them as high impact events, I have no say to the 5 that drove past my house last night at roughly 11:30 with aftermarket exhaust at full throttle. I have no recourse to that, but if any drive past me on 128 at 12 o'clock at night, et cetera, I have a little bit of recourse in talking right to you. And it will happen. I understand that fact, but that's the benefit from having organized UTV events is we're going to be talking, like as a commission, we're going to be talking directly back to you. You're going to hear from us. And if you can deal with those points, that's a great thing. That's what actually doesn't speak to our previous Bronco conversation event. So keep that up if you would. That is my condition.
Sorry.
Yeah. I would say that I appreciate a lot of the front loading that goes into this. I'm glad to see Kent on the board. I know that he's very sensitive to a lot of the issues that our community deals with. I think just, in the discussions here where we're saying, oh, there's not enough room for everybody to park. There's not enough, there's no way that we can get all these people into trails. I think that even with best intentions, 380 vehicles is really large. When we're looking at some of these other UTV events that we're approving, or the intent to apply tonight, we're approving ones that are, less than half the size of this, and with the impacts of people in their homes that can't avoid it at night when these sounds come through. I think a for-profit event isn't something that I want to support for this time at this size.
Go ahead, Stephen.
I've got an easy question, a hard question. Easy question. Do you guys give out flags or something to identify the vehicles that are going to be joining your guys' event?
There'll be a band that goes on the side of the vehicle.
Okay. And that's easy to identify?
Yes.
Okay. And then a second question, harder question. Do you have a number at which the event would be worthwhile doing and penciling out, do you have a number, if the commission didn't want to say, we're going to give you the 300 and some odd, I don't know if you have a number that would be economically feasible and worthwhile doing. Because if they said, yeah, you can have the event, you can do 50, you might say, well, 50 is not enough. If we had 250, is there a number like that, not to put you on the spot, but to put you on the spot?
So you're asking me if there's a minimum quantity of participants where it needs to be by? Yes. There probably is. The major portion of an event like this is obviously the registration fees, and then it is the sponsors that come in and actually donate to the event. And of course, the larger the event, the more sponsors you can get. We are not looking to maximize the sponsors. We are looking at several large sponsors. So I've spoken to several people, but obviously we do not want to go in depth without the permit to begin. There could be. That is something I can't answer here. I'm not going to have the ability to answer that.
Right.
You know, if given the chance to put the event together, we can definitely address what a minimum would be and any issues that would come up. At this time, though, the only information I have as far as the one sticking point is I'm being told I cannot require a trailer. If that actually is a sticking point of the committee here, I would need some time to get around that. I don't know if that's allowed.
Go ahead, Trish.
Yeah, I think for me, that's a sticking point, but I appreciate you stating that. Like, yeah, we could require it, sorry, but we can't enforce it. But I do appreciate, Mary, I don't know how many running races, and Kevin probably too, that I've done where you're not allowed to wear headphones. I've done a lot of running races where it's like you're not allowed to wear headphones, and that's just what they tell you. I mean, obviously, I could probably wear headphones if I wanted to bug the system, but if they tell me not to wear them, I don't wear them. It's sticking point. You know, this community is really pushing back on us and saying we're tapping out. I mean, in the reality is, I live way out in the valley, and all I listen to at night when I'm outside in my garden is that noise, you know. And so I think we're just trying to be respectful of our community, and if we could trailer them, I'd be down. I'd be okay with it. But you know, it's a tough one. It's really tough, right? We're again representing our community, and we get a lot of feedback as to no more, please no more.
I'd say another analogy to that is like helmets in a bike race. An adult, helmets aren't obligatory in the state of Utah for an adult cyclist, but you're definitely not going to participate in a bike race without wearing a helmet. It seems like it could be a similar thing, but I don't know. That's just an aside. I appreciate the time of year too. I think that's usually a dead spot in the calendar. I know from running my business, we're super slow at the end of June. It's hot. Little additional traffic in town is going to be welcome, and it's not crowding busy weekends during the height of our busy season, and from March through May or September, October. So I think that to me speaks a lot. I think it's a great time you chose, and I know I very much appreciate what you guys have put in place, and no matter which way we go, we're definitely going to take a lot of flack from somebody on this. But I think we have had a moratorium on UTV events in the past, and we do have the only one that we're permitting this year, I think, is the one we just approved, and that's the Fallen Peace Officer. It's a nonprofit. It's under 100 vehicles. I'm finding myself willing to look at a bigger event that is done right, unlike some of the ones in the past that we have denied, and really seeing what could come of it, and seeing what the impacts might be, and how that might be accepted in town. And if I were to vote to approve this and it was to go on, I would, accountability is going to be huge. And I know we're going to have the same discussion next year, and we're absolutely going to look and take, look at the big picture and just see how it's affected people in town, out of town, on 128, and take the big picture into account. So I would
very much trust that you guys do everything that you say you will and run a very strong event. Evan?
To the point of what would make it more palatable, I can definitely respect the BLM permitting process to kind of get the traditional trails in place. But I think, if in the promotional material there was, removing things in the Sand Flats area and Alkane Creek would significantly lessen the impacts into a lot of residential areas, focusing more kind of out in the Entrada, top of the world, Poison Spider, a lot of those areas that aren't going past people's houses would make it easier to say, oh yeah, they're putting effort in to make it lower impacts.
Yeah. There was one concern brought up by the BLM is that if it's not an organized ride, Hell's Revenge is touted as the #1 off-road trail in the U.S. And I can see why it's amazing. Intense and things is right there as well. The concern was that if we don't include it as part of a guided ride, people are going to go there after.
It's true.
They're going to go on the guided ride we have during the day, and then they're all going to go up there after because it's not on our agenda. Let me ask, may I take a moment?
While they're conferring, Bill had his hand up. I was going to just recognize him, unless you had a question for these guys. You had your hand up before he started speaking.
Yeah, I just want to speak to the headphones and the helmet thing is a little bit different than the license plate with the state of Utah that gives vehicles the access to be on our roads. I think that's an important distinction there, and we can try and require it, and maybe it will in the future. But on the other side of that, then I think we need to be able to be realistic and realize that we need to open up some parking areas because there are not enough parking areas, and the parking areas aren't large enough to handle those trailers. So it's not just a simple, you've got a trailer, it requires some participation on our end and helping to make that a reality if we're going to go that direction.
Sand Flats has expanded their parking considerably recently.
Two new parking lots in the last 5 years.
I agree, but it's still, when you pull in with all of those trucks and trailers, it's going to require more.
And I think that's the point, that pulling in with 380 vehicles is not like daily operations, and kind of what the vision of a lot of these public lands were.
Right, and I don't think all 380
right.
go into one parking lot. So
I had kind of a technical. So my impression from the materials, and this might be a question for Brian more than you, but I'll ask you. It looked like only about a quarter of the participants are going to be staying at Red Cliffs Ranch, and the rest would be in town. Is that? I mean, there was a listing of the number of lotting days. Divide that by 3 or 4.
Yeah, I mean, we have basically the entire resort.
And so, how large is the entire resort?
110.
Okay, and so with 700 participants, maybe that's 300 or 400 units. So most people are not going to be staying at Red Cliff. They might be traveling out there in the evening, but the majority are going to be staying in town.
So yes, we don't expect them to stay alone. So we figure several of them will have their families there, which will account for some of that. I guess let me go in order here. We would be willing, because there is enough parking at Sand Flats for the amount of vehicles that we would have on those trails, we could state that we require trailering to be part of the event. But we would ask that this council understand next year, if that doesn't work out perfectly, that we are unable to enforce that. We can, when someone shows up non-trailer to the event and meets the guides, we probably would give them a 1 strike on that to trailer the next time. And so they would so people hold up on street legals. We don't think, with the number of trails that are out
excuse me, Mr. Clapper, we do not think there's enough parking out on that end to require trailering to Canes, to Moab Rim, or to Pritchett. However, Moab Rim and Pritchett being very difficult trails, we are going to limit those to 15 cars. So those trails, we are not offering chicken corners. And if I understand it, I don't believe Canes Creek is operable right now to be able to drive 25 vehicles out there due to water conditions. Is it? Yeah. Okay. And Canes Creek would obviously be one that remains on our list. But for at least two of those trails, we would limit the amount of people going in there just due to the difficulty and the time frame of going up there. We would also limit, trails like Cliffhanger and Beeline Farm. So, but there would be, to address the second question, there definitely would be lodging in town. Folks would lodge in town. We are going to be running a shuttle from, I believe it's called Lions Park,
Right.
to Red Cliffs, and that will be operating on the outlets. And we will encourage people to, and this I don't know what they'll drive through town, but at least we will not have at least that amount of traffic on 128. Yeah, so it's,
To speak to that point of the shuttle too, please look at the availability or recommend to guests of the event the Moab Area Transit. That would be a good tie-in to talk with them or attendees to tie in with that.
yeah, folks could take that transport to your shuttle at Lions Park and take that up for sure.
Okay, so just to solidify, you're saying you would ask your participants to trailer.
To trailer to Hell's Revenge and
Right. Okay.
Basically, you'd ask them to be able to participate in the guided ride, that they show up with trailers.
and of course we wouldn't advertise this, but we'll give them one shot. They show up one day without the trailer. The next day we'll carry that. So that's a pretty logistical nightmare for us to be able to monitor that.
Right.
But we would make that. Great. Anyone else have a question for Mr. Peck? All right, we have a couple of minutes before our meeting. We will have this on our regular agenda. I would guess that this will require its own motion. I will take a quick straw poll. All those in favor of putting this event forward? And I'm with Mayor. I'm still on the fence. We'll talk about it a little bit more, and then and all those who are not in favor of this.
It's really hard.
Right.
It's very
And
difficult.
And then, go ahead.
the Melon Nights, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Right. That's what I was gonna say. We haven't talked.
So I have a quick proposal for the Melon. I mean, I think if any of us doesn't like that event, we should say so now, because I think the reason they're applying early is they just want to
Yes.
know well in advance. But before giving an official go-ahead, I do think we should confer with Emery County and City of Green River.
Yes.
And so I don't think we should approve it early, but we could informally tell them if we have concerns. I personally don't, but if people in Green River didn't like this event, then I would reconsider that. So
Yeah, I'm fine with the event. My assumption would be that folks in Green River would be stoked to have any visitation up there, but I don't want to make any.
Never know.
Yeah, I would like to go to their city council.
Right.
Because.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I definitely,
I think that's just,
Just
polite.
polite, right? It's fair.
Yeah.
And it occurs all on private property. with the
Yeah,
coverage, so,
yeah.
I'm okay with it from our standpoint, and I think it's neighborly to get the blessings of
Yeah.
the city of Green River.
Those folks.
And
Is that
yeah. and everything.
emergency services. I mean,
Right.
That's my only tie.
they,
so could we make a motion for that? And it will be approved on condition
We
that-
can do that.
that,
Yeah, something like that.
that we communicate with the Green River Mayor and City Council to make sure that they're okay with it. And if they are, then it's smooth sailing.
But I think we could just put it on the next quarter and approve it then, after
Yeah.
after
Right.
Kate consults with.
Yeah, that's- I
or
think-
something like that.
Right, Kevin. I agree. I think that's the way to go. Okay, it's just about 4 o'clock, so I'm going to close this special workshop for events. Thank you so much, Kate and everybody. I'd say let's take a 5-minute recess and start the meeting at 4:05. It's 4:05, so I didn't say this before, but we have our Thompson meeting first, so I will call to order our regular meeting of the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District, October 17th. Present are everybody who was present at the last meeting, as well as Chief Markham from Thompson. Our first order of business with the Thompson meeting is citizens to be heard, and this is the citizens to be heard for the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District. If you're here to make a comment for our regular commission meeting, then you'll have to wait for a few minutes. Anyone here to be heard on Thompson? Anyone online who would like to be heard on Thompson? Looks like not. So we are on to our consent agenda, which consists of approval of meetings from our September 19th, 2023 meeting, as well as ratification of payment of Thompson bills, total bills in the amount of $447.07, total payroll in the amount of $1,791.92, for a total bills and payroll in the amount of $2,238.99. And that is the entirety of the consent agenda. I'd entertain a motion. Mike? Thank you.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner McCurdy and a second from Commissioner Walker. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, raise your hands, and the motion passes unanimously. We are on to our Chief's report, and Chief Markham is with us, so I'll turn it over to you, Chief Markham. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you. Hello. I'll start off with, we just had a couple serious incidents recently, just two. Kind of an interesting one on September 27th. We had a SUV pulling a box trailer headed northbound on 191. When they got to Crescent Junction, they just kept going north, barely missed a semi truck parked there, and then the three huge fuel tanks. Then right there at Papa Joe's, kept on going past that, hit about a 5-foot berm where two railroad tracks were, launched over the berm. The box trailer came off the SUV, fell on the railroad tracks, and the vehicle continued, landed on its top. On the other side of the railroad tracks, the driver was trapped in there, and that's what I got called for, was an extrication. When I got there, the vehicle was actually on fire. Luckily, the driver, the sole occupant, got out, and he was hurt, but I was able to put out, it started a fire in the brush, and then started putting out the vehicle fire. And EMS, of course, was there, and Moab Valley Fire Department came and assisted me to finish putting that truck out, that SUV out. But that was a little bit intense. Luckily, the driver got out safe. We did have another accident a couple days after that on I-70, a rollover with seven people in the vehicle. Miraculously, none of them were injured, so that's good news. As far as the equipment goes at the station, everything's working good. I'll be firing up the heaters here in a little bit just to make sure they work, but it's still been fairly warm out there. I did submit my 2024 budget proposal to Gabriel, so he got that. And if there's any questions about that in the future, I'd be happy to answer them. And I am finishing up a grant for the 2024 Utah Fire Marshal's license plate grant. That's a $5,000 grant. And I'll be asking for some extrication equipment and some training money. And I actually did have one new resident in Thompson express interest in joining the fire department. He's got a little bit of training, so I'll be working with them and hopefully get another firefighter out there. And that's all I have.
News, Mark.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much. Anyone have any questions or comments for Mark?
Would he automatically get assistant chief status?
Whatever he wants. He could be king or what. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate everything you do. It looks like we have no new business or old business on our Thompson agenda, so I will adjourn the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District regular meeting. Thank you. And I will call to order our Grand County Commission meeting, October 17th. It is 4:10. We have the same folks present as we had at our workshop, and we will start with our Pledge of Allegiance. So all rise, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, as usual, we start off with our citizens to be heard. If you're here to be heard, please come forward and speak into the microphone, announce or introduce yourself, and I'll start the session off. Who's here to be heard? Hi, come forward.
Hi, my name is Pete Gross. I'm sure you're going to be very surprised by the topic that I want to mention to you. I was perusing the Noise Pollution Clearinghouse website a while back, and I came across a quote that I just took that and ran with it. Good neighbors and thoughtful visitors keep their noise to themselves. Good neighbors don't perform laps around Moab as they rev their engines with illegally modified mufflers. You've probably been hearing the proliferation of vehicles around town, maybe not. Respectful visitors don't roar through town with off-road vehicles designed to be loud. There's one UTV aftermarket parts vendor that boasts of an illegal muffler lead that hits 115 decibels at 4,000 RPMs. 115 decibels is ear-splitting loud. I found one site that's like just a jet flying overhead at 100 feet or something. I don't know quite how that compares, but anyway. Another vendor sells a silencer, which I thought, good. So we can make these things quieter. It's marketed for hunters and people who want to approach their game stealth, don't want to scare it away. But then they add, it's easily removed when you hit the trail, so you can direct quote, have fun being loud. Good neighbors and respectful visitors don't litter the soundscape with their noise trash. I'd like to point out something else that just to give when you just have raw numbers, sometimes it's hard to get a grasp of those. 380, so if you take 380 UTVs and string them one after the other, and you have them like allow spacing of 3 lengths between them, that would extend to about 4 miles. So anyway, it's not a small number. And also just an observation I made in the city market parking lot a few weeks back. I noticed a vehicle, heavy duty truck with a trailer and a 2-seater UTV covering 6 parking spaces. They occupy more than their share of the space. And also, I mean, this is just not just off-road vehicles, but also just riding my bike on Main Street, there's times when you see vehicles that are over the lane line. So they're actually intruding on the right-hand lane of the 2 lanes in their direction. And if you're riding a bike down Main Street and there's no bike path, option next to it, you're forced to basically play Russian roulette with the traffic. Anyway, I thank you for all that you guys have done for us, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there anyone else here in the chambers who'd like to come forward and make a comment?
Hi, I'm Brittany Melton. I'm here because I'm tired of paying for mistakes. So I see a lot of people not paying bills. It's in a lot of ways. I also deal with a lot of audits that I can see dollars moving downwards. And so it's concerning me that we are continuing to market for educational purposes versus promotional purposes, getting people here. Then we can shove some marketing dollars at educating them. But what I get a little bit frustrated with is if you want a different economy, figure out how to get them here. But until you have that solution, my thought is if we could definitely market our tourism, because that's what I would say a large portion of our town relies on, it would be really, really fantastic from this body. The other thing is when I've seen several of your campaigns and several of the ways that you wanted to, what your ticket was, what you wanted to run on, I would definitely say that you guys are typically individually inclusionary people. You want to include the women and the whatever. I mean, I remember watching a vote one time and Mary was like, well, I just like that it's women. All right, well then great, you like women. But the
it's inclusionary. What I'm seeing is too often we're being exclusionary. And so regardless if you don't like a specific noise, I agree we need to mitigate some of those things. I'm gonna see that through. That's why I write letters to Polaris Company. I don't necessarily write them to you guys. However, I would like to see us be able to be more multi-use, more respectful of each other, and become good neighbors to each other. So I agree that there are some bad apples in pretty much every group, but it's time to be more inclusionary. So that's all I'm asking for. And I did want to point out, I remember Mary saying, well, if you can get all these done, then I'll vote for it next time on the one event. And I missed the event that you guys talked about. But so I'm hoping that you can stick to those thought processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers who would like to come forward and be heard? Anyone on Zoom here to make a comment? Anyone on Zoom, raise your hand, unmute your mic. Nothing? Okay. All right. Moving on from citizens to be heard to, we don't have any presentations today. We have our department report for our building department, and I see Bill Hulse back there. You prepared for this, Bill? Perfect. All right.
So I'm here to give a report for the building department and floodplain administrator's office. So on the building department side, pretty busy. There's still a lot of construction. We've moved from motels and big commercial projects more into single-family dwellings, multifamily housing. But the volume of permits and inspections is the same. So we're still quite busy building. We did have a staffing change. We lost Cole. He went over to Colorado. We did pick up Corey Coleman. He came to us fully certified. He's got about 17 years experience inspecting, plus some doing construction. Had a really good, smooth transition. I think the contractors are pretty happy. The homeowners are pretty happy. So I think we're doing good there. We did move into our new building. We're still trying to work out some bugs and get settled in. We're trying to get that wrapped up by the end of the year. On the floodplain side, it's been pretty quiet, thankfully. We had a nice, mellow monsoon season. We got a lot of stuff done. We worked on some pilot programs with the state Department of Emergency Management for flood assessment toolkits and substantial damage, substantial improvement. How we do those. We worked on the NRCS grants. So we did the 5 road crossings. Got those all buttoned up. And then we started working on the BRIC grant. We're just wrapping that up now, which is the scoping grant, which identified the project in San Juan County, the big detention basin, that it will hopefully be coming back to this group in the next meeting or two to look for a letter of commitment and support to move forward with that project. Other than that, any questions? I'll just keep it quick.
That was quick.
Way to go, Bill.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but I would be interested in the future about some of the other flood mitigation projects. I know when we were talking about the one in the valley, you had mentioned a future one in the Mill Creek corridor.
Yeah, the city is working on one in Mill Creek. We're having a meeting next week, I think, with the state. They've got some funding. They're going to work on a comprehensive project list for Mill Creek. So we're going to work with them on that, try to identify some choke points and some areas that need attention, so they can work on a grant also.
If there's a possibility before we get too far along with projects to see some of that mapping and like the possible alternatives. I think you had mentioned one of them would have been larger than Ken's Lake, and there may be the option for smaller ones. Or I would be curious about options that are available before getting too many eggs in one basket.
Okay, yeah, I think if it's okay with you guys, I would come back with the
brick application, the brick and FMA applications, looking for that letter of support. And I think from the scoping documents that we got with the alternatives, we can discuss that at the workshop.
Sounds perfect.
We can start with that, go over the alternatives, what the options are, and kind of take it from there.
Great.
But right now, we do have those applications submitted. We've got until January. They're still at the state level right now. So we're working with the state. They actually contracted with a couple engineering firms to help solidify some of the state's applications. Utah hasn't done so good in the past, so they're trying to beef that up a little bit, giving us some assistance in writing those grants. So we're working with two different engineering firms to make those a little bit better. We've got until January until it turns into FEMA. So we've got some time to still work on alternatives and change some things.
Yeah, and I second what Evan said. It'd be great to see more details on these projects before the deadline for signing off on them or writing a letter of support. So thanks.
Trish?
I'm not trying to fluff your feathers, Bill, but I'm going to. I don't think I've ever heard one negative comment about you. I know a lot of contractors in town, a lot of people that are in the building process, and it's just all positive. And that goes a long way.
I'm sure it depends on who you talk to.
Nobody says that
Because
about
usually-
us. We don't get
So you're doing a great job, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to add, except I hope you're enjoying the new building. I had a chance to tour it, and it looks like a great improvement.
We're getting there.
Awesome.
Still got some things going, but anything else?
All right. Well, thank you so much, Bill.
Do we want to work on setting up the workshop to go over that stuff?
Thanks.
Thank you, Bill.
All right, great. We don't have any other department reports. We have no agency reports today, so we will move on to our general reports, and we'll start with commission member disclosures. Anybody have anything they need to disclose concerning today's agenda? Looks like not. Kevin, are you prepared to start us out with our general commissioner reports?
No. Okay. I'm still looking at my calendar. What's happened the last couple of weeks?
I'll hit up Evan then.
I met with Canyonlands Healthcare District, and I CC'd a couple folks on the Grand Center is looking to improve or just kind of do some maintenance on the back parking lot. Where the parking lot now is crosses over into some of the care center's property, or the district's property, I should say. And so there's kind of some ongoing discussions about that. I don't know, it might pop up on somebody's radar, but the district gave its blessings for the Grand Center to continue to use that as a parking lot. One of the big things that came, or an ongoing discussion with that group, is the CMS, which I just had to Google, the Center for Medicare Medicaid Services, has the good intention of trying to improve nursing home care by upping the qualifications required for staffing, especially overnight. And while those are all good intentions, rural areas like ourselves struggle with staffing enough anyway that, getting really high quality people, highly trained, highly certified people around the clock at low ratios of nurse to guess is tricky. And so there is some pushback from the care center against some of these requirements coming down the pipe. And so if you hear anything and say, oh, that's strange, it sounds like I would support having higher levels of care, it really is just a staffing issue and the ability to get people that meet those higher standards in place. So it's not a financial thing. It's not a trying to cut corners thing. It's just a reality of being able to meet those changes. I think that's about all I had from that meeting. I also attended an event at the museum, unrelated, not in like a commissioner role, but it was nice to kind of see that in action. I hadn't been in there since exhibits were put back in place. I went in early after the remodel and just not only seeing the exhibits but the staff. It was a nice evening, and I appreciate the museum for what they're doing.
They're very much raising their game. It's impressive what they're doing over there.
Yeah. And the kind of like not behind the scenes, but the oral histories and the recordings and stuff it was nice to see that getting cataloged and accessed in an easy way. This morning I met with the EMS. It's budget season. We had a long presentation from our collection agency that actually goes after people receive ambulance rides, that we contract that out to folks that know all those complex laws to collect on that, and they had a lot to say and assist in budgeting for next year. So it was nice to just kind of see some of their methodology and questions they had that might change in the industry. And so there will be a hearing for the EMS budget in November on the 27th up at the EMS shed. I forget the official term, which is another great building that if you haven't been in since they have fully moved in, things are going good there. I think that's all I got. So I'll stop.
Great. Thanks, Evan. Mike?
I attended an OSTA meeting. I went over upcoming events for the incoming time frame at OSTA, but also working through a point on I thought we had taken care of previously, where say equestrian events were dealt with within OSTA. At that time, it was discussed that some of them still hadn't needed a permit process, so we'll be more discussing that going forward. We know that equestrian events will be held at OSTA, saying that it's an equestrian arena. But second, I attended Grant County Roads Special Service District meeting, and it was entirely about budgeting, allocating money, and I will be reaching out to Gabe on that one, looking to try to lower some costs if other services can be found on the accounting side of things. A lot of costs going out, but not a lot of accounting needs with the few line items that they did have. But that'll be upcoming here in the near future. That's it.
Thank you. You ready to go, Kevin?
Loop it back.
Sure. Actually, to start, I just wanted to second what I formerly was the liaison to the Transportation Special Service District, and I agree that they've got some pretty hefty, auditing fees and accounting costs for not a whole lot of paperwork, and it'd be great. And I think it's not unique to that board. I think we've got a lot of small, financially independent entities that still have to go through annual audits, and I'm not sure we're getting the best deal we can. Maybe if we just had some kind of group contract where someone for a fee could offer to audit 5 or 6 of them or something, rather than getting charged $1,000 a pop for. I don't know. I'm not an expert in those things, but it did seem like for an entity that's really just passing money through, a lot of that money was leaking out toward these compliance issues. So thank you for bringing that up, Mike. Let's see. There was a BLM meeting with BLM, and I guess sort of a general question to the commission is: would you be interested in occasionally having BLM or Forest Service managers come in and take up 10 or 15 minutes in a meeting to kind of talk about either what's going on in general or some particular large project? That makes our meetings longer, but alternatively, there could just be written things, or you can listen to my 1-minute summary. But in particular, the interest in lithium mining is continuing to ramp up, and I floated the idea to Dave Pals that maybe he could come to a meeting and just give us an overview of the lithium situation. throughout Grand County. So I see one head nod. And
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. Okay, so
That's a
we
solid yes.
very much continue with that. Okay. And that's probably the biggest BLM. They also mentioned they're getting some interest in locations for solar facilities, and there's some uranium interest in the area east of Yellow Cat. And as I think you all know, moving to the Forest Service now, they've got the draft forest plan out. In fact, this evening, we'll probably miss it because of this meeting. They're having an open house for the forest plan. I've been to a few budget advisory board meetings, and I think, Gabe or Bill, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're about done looking at individual department budgets. It's nearly done, and so the next is going to be looking at revenues and things like that. And once that happens, we'll have an idea whether it's going to be a tight budget year or a less tight budget year. So, and then finally, there's been a flurry of activity about audit committees. I think Bill will have something to say about that, so I'll just try to be very brief. And Mary might also, but since Jock, maybe you go first. We do have an audit committee. In the past, it's really only looked at the internal audit, but I think we all agree it would be a good idea, and in fact, it's also consistent with the charter that it also take a more active role in the external audit. And so that, I think, is one of the main outcomes of these discussions is that that audit committee, which is currently is me and Bill and Mary, should get engaged in that. And then I think what the thing that prompted this was some people noticing some kind of obvious errors in some of our external audit reports from a couple of years ago. These are the reports that the external auditors prepare, and I think the fact that those errors sort of sat undetected for a few years shows that I guess maybe we're not looking at those documents enough. But I think the other thing in that they need to be reviewed by the audit committee. But I think it also shows that there's a difference between those documents and our budgeting software, which actually controls how we spend money. And I just wanted to emphasize that there's no indication, that any funds have been, internally have been mislabeled or spent incorrectly or anything like that. It's just the report on our audit. I think in some cases, because of editing errors, in some cases, I guess John Hatterley was speaking this morning, and some of them he said they weren't errors; they were just confusing because of the difference between what's it called, the funds accounting and anyway, they have sort of two separate sets of books for the same money. Okay, so I'm sorry that wasn't as brief as I meant it to be, and I think that is it for my report. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. Bill?
Yeah, I've been part of the same budget advisory board that Kevin has been on there with Gabe. We've certainly gone through multiple departments and their requests for next year's budget. It'll be interesting to see where we get at the end of all that and see what kind of money is available. There's some big asks over last year's budget that I think are a little bit concerning, and so finding out what's available, at least that's something I'd like to see. And then, let's see, I was on the airport board meeting, and as we all know, pretty tragic accident out at the airport. There's not much that can be said about it until the investigation is over. The family was laid to rest, and that's kind of the limit of what has been spoken regarding the accident. There's some new automobile garages proposed out there, and then they're working on a couple of other projects regarding just the land use and the future land use at the airport. So not a whole lot new out there at this point. And to Kevin's comments on the audit committee, I agree that there's definitely been some mistakes brought forward. I think that if anything, we want to thank somebody in the community that has at least taken enough effort to be be on top of watching what goes on within our books and to keep this public process as open as possible. I'm not quite at the same spot Kevin is, maybe, with the fact that it's some simple mistakes and that John Hatterley is not sure how he wants to put it there, but the fact that the mistakes got past us, past our auditors, I think it's just time to put a little more pressure on the audit committee to have some oversight there.
Could you clarify who John Hatterley is, since two of you have mentioned him?
He came before us, I think, at meetings back.
External auditor.
That's right. Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
So it's you know, it's a little bit concerning that these mistakes, whether they are just line item mistakes and numbers are getting put in the wrong places, I think it goes a little further than that, but I think we need to do a little better job. And I know Gabe's on top of that. I'm not saying any one person. I just think entirely in getting this audit committee off to a good start and with some proper financial advisor to help us with it. I think that's going to be important. I just don't know how to encourage us enough to get that moving forward. And Mary and Kevin and I think, are going to put an agenda together and have that meeting soon.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Bill. Trish.
Okay, I have just a couple things. On this Friday at 6 p.m. at Utah State University, we're having Water Workshop 201. And so we're going to have 3 individuals. We're going to have Jack Schmidt, who's basically considered kind of the Colorado River guru, talk about the Colorado River Compact and the reality of current and future water out of the river. We're also going to have Thomas Lockmer, which is already presented at the MOP, but he basically synthesized, I think altogether it's like 12 water studies that we've had since the 70s. And then lastly, it was supposed to be Jane Belknap, but Jane's husband is fairly ill, so it's going to be Mike Dunaway, and he's going to talk about climate and its effects on soil and vegetation resources on the Colorado Plateau and how that eventually affects our water resources. So I think it'll be really good. It will be recorded and we'll put it on the website, et cetera, and so on, because they're pretty lengthy. We try to do about a half an hour each presenter and then a Q&A. So we please encourage people to attend.
What was the time and place again, Trish?
6 at Utah State University on Friday.
Yeah.
Is it available virtually as well?
Yes, yep. And Alicia's, it's like been advertised everywhere. Thank you so much. And so, yeah. And then I went out to the Three Canyons Ranch with NRCS and Utah Department of Ag and DNR. And again, just kind of looking at the resources at that ranch and how to possibly eventually kind of get some things together so we could get that ranch into a conservation easement. And then the last thing was just today, I went with Stephen to the Children's Justice Center Advisory Board. I can't speak highly enough of Andrea. I think she's just doing a great job. Sadly, last year, I hope I have these stats right, Stephen. January through December, there was 46 children served, and this year already we've had over 100 cases. The majority of those cases are 13 to 18-year-olds. And then of the offenders to those children or young adults, they were mainly parents. But if they were not parents, it usually pertains to, and I like to state this stuff, cell phones and social media and predators that are, preying on our children via those avenues. So that's really enlightening. Do you want to add anything to that, Stephen?
We're just seeing an influx of individuals that are seeking to have, and it seems so weird to say this in a public context, relationships with underage children and offering alcohol or drugs or pizza and trying to start a relationship that's not appropriate for somebody to be having with children that are under the age of 15, 14, and it's dreadful.
And then what was that? And this is really promoted by Jameson. Is really what?
So it's called the Internet Crimes Against Children, and the acronym is ICAC.
ICAC, right? And so he's really targeting that, which is great. So that is it for me.
Thanks, Trish. Mary.
Yeah, get to my notes. Here we go. had a travel council advisory board, and they worked on the prioritization for this, for the next year's budget. They didn't have any recommendations for the mitigation side. They want to keep the salaries and overhead. They want to continue with paid media, the strategic plan that we have started to continue with, and education, visitor education, arches, printed travel guide, off-road vehicle education, and billboards. And then they were working on a familiarization tour and data research software. On the recreation side, the recreation, film production, and convention side, their priorities is the Moab to Monument Valley Film Commission budget, revisit the job description, and to work really hard on our exciting 75-year celebration of the Moab Monument Valley Film Commission. That they really want to work hard and make sure that happens and that it's really successful. The TRCCA funding, they want to work on Moab Information Center and support and encourage revenue generation at OSTA. So that will be presented to, if it hasn't already been presented, to the Budget Advisory Board. So that was a meeting I attended remotely. Okay. I attended a meeting with leadership from the UMTRA project, the Uranium Mill Tailings Removal Action Project. It was very exciting, and there was a lot of talk on the revegetation, how they're going to leave the area once it is completed. They're looking at, they're thinking that that there's going to be some changes in the drainage as the pile moves, because it's going to probably go back to a more natural state where it was before. We talked about a resolution to be produced for the county and the city to sign together to present to our federal legislative bodies, as well as the Department of Energy. It's looking more hopeful than it has in the past that the Department of Energy is going to be able to deed the land over to the county and the city and not have to go through excess property process, which is timely and very confusing. We talked about the buildings out there and the infrastructure that's in place. And so at some point, I think it'd be really important for us, a few members of the commission and some staff, to go out there and meet with the staff at OSTA and go through and see what they already have in place and what we want to maintain. One of the places we talked a lot about was the trailers. Do we want to keep the trailers? And the thought was, yeah, we would if we have a use for them, but we don't want them sitting out there unused. They usually just disintegrate very quickly. And so I think that's something that within the next couple, 3 years, we're going to want to decide. I can see it maybe being a revenue generator where we could lease office space and such to different people. It will be rehabilitated to the point to the highest standard. So that'll be exciting, but we will not be able to have any type of housing on it. I get that all the time. That will not be possible. I also went to Las Claudias Park in Grand Junction, and it was just amazing. I think it'd be really important at some point for us to do.
And that's a tailings site near Grand Junction.
A lot smaller than ours by quite a bit. But what they've done with that area is, I wish I would have had that type. We did try to go and tour it last year, but it was snowing. So all we got to do was tour the event center. And that is wonderful. I think that if we decide to do that, that should be part of phase one. I see it being a phase one, phase two, phase three type of project. So I will be working on probably next spring, seeing if we can have a tour, have a field trip over there, meet with Legacy Management, which is the group that will take over once the Department of Energy is finished cleaning it up. Then Legacy Management will be part of it forever, where they will be monitoring the water and they will be constantly making sure things are up to par. So it's really exciting. 1,004,000 tons of tailings have been removed this year so far. We will be having our celebration next month. Hopefully by 2027, all the tailings pile will be gone. That's their prediction. That does not mean we'll be able to start. There'll still be work they have to do, but at least the process of tailings. They're also working on transitioning and working with people that work out there so that there's a healthy, good transition, how many people can stay on and work for Legacy Management as opposed to the Department of Energy. So they're very on top of it to make sure that the people that work there are well taken care of. So that was really good. I know there was, today I went and met with the state of Utah's state parks, and it was had an interview, and that's why I didn't make it to I went out there at 11. They thought they'd be able to be done, and I would be back in town for the Children's Justice Center. Instead, I didn't get back in town until almost 12:30. And one of those things, it'll only be a half hour, an hour and a half later, we're finished. So it's very exciting. It's going to, eventually they have these really nice things they put on their website, on YouTube, and in different promotional places where they promote the various state parks in the state. So that was very fun. I invited Tony Mancuso to join me. I feel he's kind of been the unsung hero of this project, because he was the one that brought it to our county's attention that area was being devastated, and he was the one that got Utah State involved. Once the state got involved, he kind of had to take a real backseat, because being a state employee, he can't lobby, he can't do anything of that nature, but he did help me a lot with presentation and gathering materials and the resolution we've passed. So I invited him to come, and he was also part of the filming. So that was good, and I hope I got everything. Sometimes it seems like later I have to go, wait, I forgot. But yes, so that's what I've been doing. Oh, and I did on the audit committee. I think one thing that is confusing is we call it the internal audit. And every time you hear audit, the thing that comes to your mind is money, money, money. While the internal auditor really isn't dealing with our money, the internal auditor's job is to look at processes, how, policies, how money is handled, seeing where things can improve. So it's almost like that section should have a name that isn't so misleading. External audit is the audit that deals with our budget and our money, while the internal audit is more on policies and procedures. And they did say that our budget is in really good shape and much better than it was quite a few years back.
Thanks, Mary. I attended a Trail Mix meeting on the 10th. There was a really interesting discussion. I guess some of the community had kind of Trail Mix as a non-motorized advisory board. Some people interpreted that as being anti-motorized. So we kind of had a long discussion in Trail Mix with a few community members about kind of the role of Trail Mix and how the motorized community relates, or how it doesn't relate. That was very interesting discussion, and I think it'll inform things going forward a little bit. We also discussed they are having a Volunteer Appreciation Day on November 15th at the Moab Field Station, and that's for all trail ambassador, trail worker volunteers, as well as motorized trail volunteers as well, because the motorized trail committee also gets volunteers out working on some of the motorized trails that we have in the area. So if you volunteered, then you should go to that event. They have giveaways and some awards and whatnot. Then on Wednesday the 11th, I attended Chamber of Commerce meeting. There's discussion about the annual banquet, which will happen on the 11th of November. So if you're inclined to go to the Chamber banquet, that's when it'll be. And there's information on the Chamber website about that. It'll be at Canyonlands by night this year. Also, there's discussion about there are 3 Chamber board positions that are up for 2024. And those are 3-year board positions. So if anyone is a member of the Chamber and wants to run for the Chamber board, those positions are there. Then also there's a good discussion about, I don't know if everybody knows this, but the Chamber is actually going to be hosting and running the Business Summit this year. And that was part of some of the grant funding that the Chamber got, which is pretty cool. So there was some really good initial discussion about how that was going to go. And that, I think that's going to be held the 2nd or 3rd weekend in February. So we're getting that off the ground at the Chamber. There's also discussion about there's a candidate for the city council candidate meet and greet today at the Chamber luncheons. That was just discussed briefly. That evening I attended a TSSSD, Thompson Water Board meeting. There's a discussion about they haven't used the overflow pond at the water tanks out there in Thompson for 30 years, but they'd like to. So there's a question of whose jurisdiction they're actually in, if they're in the Thompson Water Boards or the BLM. So Thompson Water Board is going to have to talk to the BLM about that. And if the BLM does have jurisdiction over the overflow tanks, then obviously we'd have to work with them about getting those tanks filled with overflow, or not tanks, but the pond, I'm sorry, filled with the overflow water. So that was interesting. And that hadn't come up before. We had a new secretary out there, Shelley Thane. She's doing a great job already, kind of getting the billing organized and modernized so that they can offer online payment and not just accept snail mail. She's also actually keeping regular hours, which would be really good for the residents in Thompson. They can just drop a check off or ask her about questions. So that's a welcome. She's a welcome change at Thompson. And there is also a board position open in Thompson. They struggle with people out there. There's not that many people out there. The board position has to be somebody who lives in the district covered by the TSSD, and they have to be registered to vote in that district. Next day, Motorized Trail Committee meeting, had a motorized ambassador update with only 1 ambassador so far. They've had over 1,000 encounters. So that is going well. They're going to have a 2nd ambassador soon. So that program is growing, and I think it's a great program. Also had a Forest Service update. They're doing work on the Porcupine Rim campsite, and we had Brian Murdoch provided the Motorized Trail Committee with a review of the Manti La Salle National Forest Plan. We had a small review in here that some of us attended as well, and the primary focus of that is to go over the ROS, the Recreation Opportunity Spectrum part of the plan. So that's always interesting. And then on the same day, I also attended a UDOT, Utah Trails Network meeting. That was fantastic. UDOT or the state legislated $45 million a year, and it looks like for potentially 3 years to go to paved recreation paths, bike paths. There are going to be regionally connective paths. So they're looking at projects that already are planned, potential corridors for non-motorized transportation and like commuting corridors, etc. They divided Utah into 6 regions. Our region is basically Southeast Utah, San Juan, Grand, Emory, and Carbon. All had representatives at the meeting. It was great. It was really well done. They explained the whole project to us. UDOT's in charge of the project from start to finish, and they wanted to go over. They put us in smaller groups, working groups, and we went over different areas that we'd like to see benefit from these sorts of plans. Of course, we know Grand County has quite a few of those, starting with the Spanish Valley Pathway, which is a great opportunity. So it looks like hopefully excited about getting more funding and support for that project. We also talked about the gap on the 128 bike path and a number of other potential spots in Grant County. Also, San Juan County was well represented. We talked about connectivity down through Spanish Valley, all the way down to Ken's Lake, to some of those new developments down in San Juan County, and even potentially down to the new proposed Mud Springs trail system down there. That was awesome. There was a few folks from Emory and Carbon there as well. So that's a really cool thing that UDOT's doing, state of Utah. If anyone has any questions about that or want to explore that further, their website is utahtrailnetwork.udot.gov, and they have interactive maps, and they have nice explanation about that. So if you didn't get that, you can hit me up later, and I can tell you about that. But I think it's awesome what they're doing there, and it should benefit us. And that's all I have. So we will move on to elected official reports. I will start with our attorney, Stephen.
Yeah, I attended a SWAP LAC meeting, which is the statewide Association of Prosecutors Legislative Action Committee. I serve as the representative for Carbon, Emory, Grant, and San Juan County. There we ask and try to push for legislative updates that deals with things that prosecutors would want to see in the state. This year, there's going to be a huge push for an amendment to our current code on road rage. We're seeing a lot of incidents in the state. People are demonstrating or pulling out handguns and getting really upset. So just be on notice that likely next year there'll be probably a higher misdemeanor or felony depending on the action. Also, pantsing has never been officially a crime, and it's happening a lot in schools to the point that they have to add a particular code. Previously, it was charged under the lewdness statute, but wasn't a perfect fit. We also had updates from the U.S. Supreme Court. There was an interesting case about true threats. It's an interesting case called Counterman v. Colorado, and it dealt with a stalker and a local singer that they had, but they had to change the intent, the mens rea requirement for them to be able to go forward with the charges. So those are kind of some unique things, but if there's anything that any of the commissioners would like us to see push for legislative changes, I know in the past Commissioner Hedin had a request for changes on criminal violations regarding bear hunts. This is an opportunity that, because of the position I'm in, that I can help advocate for change if that's something that we want to see. Additionally, other highlights, the CJC Advisory Board meeting, that's been going great for the last, I think it's been a bit since we've had consistent meetings. I really appreciate Commissioner Hedin for chairing the committee. It's been very successful and been very productive in getting all of these different agencies and entities that have kind of a cross section with kids, and it has everybody from individuals in San Juan, law enforcement, teacher. We have a retired teacher on there as well. Mary, Commissioner McGann, is also on that committee as well, and they both stepped up in leadership positions there. And that's really great, because these are cases that these aren't individuals that children, when they're victims, they don't pick up the phone and call 911 a lot of times. And so usually they're relying on parties that are mandatory reporters. And the more that we can kind of help keep the conversation going, the more that we can resolve those cases. And a big push is that when children are brought to the CJC, it's not that we want to prosecute every single crime. It's that we want to get disclosure about what's going on. And a lot of cases don't end in prosecution. Instead, they end up in services being provided for families. And so it's really important. It doesn't get talked about enough. And so I just want to thank both the commissioners for their help there. And that's everything I have.
Great. Thanks, Stephen. Gabe.
Yeah, as has been mentioned by a couple of commissioners, we're just cruising along with the Budget Advisory Board meetings. I would agree that there are certain discussions and topics that are really ready to accelerate. So I'll be releasing the agenda for Thursday's meeting in the morning as that firm that up. And in addition to that, just going through the process, and I'll be soliciting feedback on sort of mapping out how we want to approach hitting all the milestones and other meetings that we might need to schedule just to make sure that we have all the discussion that we need as we move forward. And that would include budget workshop meetings for the commission in November.
So more to come on that very soon. The municipal general election is coming right up. And we've scheduled a logic and accuracy test for the election equipment on November 3rd. That's Friday, November 3rd at 9 a.m. So that'll be a public demonstration and accuracy test of all of the equipment that we use to mark ballots as well as tabulate them. And yeah, let's see. We're slated to do the first ballot extract at the end of this week, and what that means is our voter rolls at this point are sufficiently maintained and groomed, and so that we then provide a voter extract file to our printer, and then they process that file to be able to print ballots and mail them to those active registered voters. And we'll plan on doing another extract and doing perhaps more mailing than the election division has done in the past, as far as follow-up folks who are registering after that first extract is sent out this week. We're hoping to continue to send out mail ballots to folks that continue to register up until at some point, perhaps near the beginning of November. But yeah, that's coming up, and yeah, we're staying busy.
Thanks, Gabe. I see Sheriff Wiggins is on. Jameson, are you prepared to give a report today?
Yep. Give me just a second. I'm going to try to share my screen. Oh, can you guys enable that?
It's enabled.
Let's see.
Yeah, we can see your screen, Jameson. You start off with a picture of yourself, and
Oh, let's see.
A lot of drugs.
yeah.
Burritos.
All right. I'm trying to show another screen. Hang on.
Okay. Yeah, right now we're on. Yeah, you have a GSCO monthly stats screen on a second ago.
Okay. You see that okay?
Yes.
All right. So this is our September monthly stats. Just kind of go through them. We've seen our SARS jump up, obviously, because we're in our busy season. I'm sure October's is going to hover around the same 16 or above. Calls into dispatch, we had 2,680. Emergency 911 calls, 801. Calls deputies responded to 629. Traffic stops, 296. We had 15 arrests and we served 40 papers. The next screen I want to show you guys is a joint project that we did recently. This is our task force. We've seized, let me grab my notes here. We seized 266 pounds of marijuana and 40 pounds of meth on this operation. Emory County Sheriff's Office Task Force, DEA and Homeland helped us out on a project we did. So it was a very successful project. And you can see these bags here on the sides of our vehicles. Those are bags of high-grade marijuana that was being trafficked through Grand County. 40 pounds of meth is on the hood there. And then we got K9 CJ here that was used to help us out on that. The next thing is our side-by-sides. We purchased 2 new side-by-sides, one Can-Am Commander and one Can-Am Defender in the 28-foot trailer. That was from the DNR grant from my office to help assist with SARS and backcountry patrols. So we recently went to Fairview, picked them up and brought them back. They're going to be outfitted here pretty soon by county roads with radios, lights. So we're excited to have those. This is our new K9 Zora. She's from Poland. She's a German Shepherd. And
She's from Holland, you said?
From Poland.
Oh, Poland, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Wow.
So Miller flew out to Florida, tested dogs, decided to pick her. She's great temperament. She can be around kids, so we're going to utilize her in the schools as well. She's a drug detection dog. She's going to be trained in the odors of meth, heroin, cocaine. She won't be trained on marijuana. And she's currently up at post with her human partners, Deputy Stalpez. They should be done in about 8 weeks. And we're excited for them. The Eclipse event, nothing to report on that. Everything went really good, but I want to give a shout out to Cora, emergency manager. She did a great job organizing all the info given out pertaining to the Eclipse and preparedness. K9 CJ and his human partner got some work done in the high school in the parking lot. I've received lots of good feedback about having the dogs in the schools. Recently, we had a chase that happened in Emory County that ended in Grand County with 2 suspects that were thought to be barricaded in the old missile base. I requested for DPS to bring down their less lethal CS gas, as we don't have anything less lethal other than our tasers. So that's something that we're going to try to budget for, some less lethal options in the upcoming budget. As many of you know, that we had a plane crash out at the airport that resulted in 4 lives lost. The NTSB is still investigating this. As soon as I get a report from them, I'll report on this again. I'm assuming we'll have that in a couple more days, and that's just a preliminary report. It could take up to a year for the full-blown report to be finished. UDOT's installed 2 new lights on Main Street, one at 100 North in Main, and the second one at 400 North in Main. That's going to be very beneficial to have those on Main Street. And finally, we are down 1 dispatcher. However, we just offered a job to fill that open position. So that's all I've got.
All right, great. Thank you for the report. Anyone have a question for the sheriff? Thank you. Yeah, thanks. I see Chris Kaufman on. I know we have a couple of agenda items for him later. Did you want to do a report, Chris, or are you here for those agenda items?
No, nothing to report at this time. Thank you.
Great, thanks. All right, we're on to our county administrator, Mallory.
Okay, I will keep it short. I was out of town for a little bit, and yeah, nothing too exciting to report, but something to note and discuss quickly is with the change for the election and it now being on November 21st, that would be a commission meeting, and quite a day for Gabe if we have the meeting that day. And so we were hoping to discuss looking at rescheduling that. I think one thing Gabe and I talked about earlier, so I haven't run it by anybody else, was the 28th, November 28th instead of the 21st. I don't know if you guys are able to quickly take a look, or if you would prefer that we send something out later.
Well, for those with kids too, because I think the schools are off that whole week.
It's Thanksgiving week, the 21st. Yeah. I would rather try to do something on another Tuesday than a Wednesday. So
The 28th is the following Tuesday, so that's the week after Thanksgiving.
yeah, that works for me.
That is also the date of the city. Is that a city meeting date?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 14th and 20th. Seems.
Second city council meeting of the month.
Yeah, that would be city council meeting too.
And I believe that Thanksgiving this week, we don't have the whole week off like we have in the past. It's actually just the Thursday and Friday. They changed it up on us. Yeah. It's definitely.
You could do it on the 27th. I'll be off, so that would be a great day.
28 seems okay. The only thing with that, I mean, it would be a really short turnaround before our next meeting. I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. It's just a week. And the other, I guess other options would be the 20th and the 22nd, right? Either the Monday or the Wednesday. Wednesday is the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, so that could be a tough slot if people are traveling. Any thoughts?
Skip it.
No, you got a whole lot more special meetings.
Make the next meeting just pure hell.
And there's budgetary things that you guys have.
I guess I would vote for the 20th or 22nd, keeping it that week, but maybe moving it a day earlier or something.
Or yes, would people be around on the 22nd? Wow.
22nd is right before Thanksgiving.
Let's do the 20th.
I think the 20th would be preferable to the 22nd, probably, with all the Thanksgiving stuff going on. Having a meeting the night before Thanksgiving that might run late seems a little rough.
Thanks.
I'm unavailable the 20th.
What about the 27th? I mean, I know that would be a tight
But
turnaround.
I'm unavailable that week also.
The week following.
Yeah, but the week after.
The week of the 27th, you're available?
Yeah, the EMS budget hearings on the 27th, but
Just the 27th.
but I'm just one commissioner, so.
27th, 28th would work for everybody.
Yeah. Does it matter if it's the same day as the city? Do you think is that
It's just for the sake of the citizens.
Yeah,
Right.
I think people just have to choose.
choose between one?
But often, doesn't the city council typically skip their second meetings in December and November?
Actually,
Because-
they did last year.
Yeah, I think, so we should check. There might not be a city council
Conflict.
meeting then after all.
I'd definitely be up for the 28th if that were to be the
And
case.
would we want to look at the 27th if they do have their meeting on the 28th?
I'm going to be here on the 20th, 27th, 22nd personally, but yeah.
I don't want to have it on the 22nd.
I don't. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I agree.
There's just, I have too much to do.
You just got big
I'm open.
pie.
Okay, so it sounds like
I gotta eat.
let's plan on the 28th, but we'll check on the cities, and if that isn't able to come to fruition, we'll send an email and we'll make sure that proper notice is given, and we'll follow up at the next meeting so the public can know.
But regardless, we're not meeting on the 21st.
We are not
On
meeting
election
on
day.
November 21st.
Okay.
Are we gonna meet, because wasn't it on the calendar the traditional, election day that we were meeting on that Wednesday? Is that gonna change back?
On the 7th?
We published it for Tuesday. I think part of that was we knew there would be the city election, but I think we didn't plan on Gabe being responsible for the budget.
Yeah.
And so I think that's what really
So
will
it is the
overload it.
7th,
So it is the 7th as,
Yeah.
as of now.
All right.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right. Thanks, Mallory. All right, then, moving right along, we're to our general business and action items. And our first one, 2024 Q2 high impact special event intent to apply submissions. And this is an action item that will, it concerns what our workshop was about, where we will put forward those special events that the commission gives a thumbs up to. Kate.
So I think what we did last time is just do like a one sentence summary of each of the events, just kind of run through and then
Yeah.
over to you all. Does that work?
Yes.
Yeah, that's great for this meeting in case people didn't tune into the workshop. So yeah.
Great. So submissions for April. First one is Moab Rocks, which is a 3-day mountain bike stage race. It's a recurring event. Next submission is Running Up for Air Moab, which is a new event for this year, which is a trail run aiming to raise awareness around air quality issues. Then there's the Fallen Peace Officer Trail Ride, another recurring event, which is an ATV, UTV ride for fallen officers and their families. And then the last submission for April was Cruise Moab, which is a recurring event for 4-wheel drive Toyota vehicles and enthusiasts, including an expo at OSTA as well as trail rides. Then in May, we had the Bronco Safari, which is a recurring event, also including an expo at OSTA and trail rides. Then Grand Fondo Moab and Gravel Moab Weekend. This is a recurring event. Grand Fondo is a road ride cycle event. And then the new piece of the event would be a second day, which is a gravel bike ride. Last event for May is Raptors on the Rocks. This event is a recurring event for Ford Raptor enthusiasts. Then submissions for June, we have the John Wayne Grit Series, which is a trail race fundraiser for the John Wayne Cancer Foundation. This is a new event this year. And a second new event is the Redrok Roundup, which is an off-road guided tour event based at Red Cliffs and taking place on trails throughout the county. We also had an early submission for September, which is Melon Nights, and that is a sustainable living festival at the Jake Star Range.
Great. Thanks, Kate. Yes, Mary.
Do you want to just do them one at a time, just for ease? And then we can vote them up or down. Or I did mark that it was Moab Rocks running up for air, Moab Fallen Police Officer, Cruise Moab, and Grand Fondue were the ones that we were almost all in agreement on.
Yeah, I was thinking we could just do all of those at
And then
once.
to John Wayne as well.
Individual votes on the.
Yeah, John Wayne as well.
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Okay.
I
I-
would second the motion that you just summarized.
I move that we accept Moab Rocks running up for Air Moab, Fallen Police Officer, Ride, Cruise Moab, Grand Fondo, Moab Gravel Weekend, Raptors on the Rock, John Wayne Grits Series.
Thank you. And I got a second from Evan. So I have a motion on the table to approve those events from Commissioner McGann, a second from Commissioner Clapper. Any discussion on that?
Yeah, I guess I'll vote for this, but if the two new running events had been listed separately, I probably would have abstained because of my concerns about getting, too heavy on the same kind of events over and over again. But, for the whole, I don't want to vote against all these things, and I don't think it would change the outcome, so I'm not.
Great. All right, and I'd add that we are concerned about on the second day, the gravel event of the Grand Fondo Moab. I'd like to see that course clarified a little bit. All right, motion on the table. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. All right, now the harder part. Let's see.
Should we have a motion, then discussion, and then turn it down or turn it up?
Sounds great. Do you have a different opinion, Kevin? Or?
No, that sounds good. I'm just seeing if I can make a motion. Okay. So I'll move that we deny the ITA for the Bronco Safari.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to deny the Bronco Safari from Commissioner Walker and a second from Commissioner McGann. Discussion.
So we discussed this in more depth at the workshop, but the reason that I would vote to deny it is we had a very similar discussion about this event a year ago, and that staff was very unsatisfied with how they were adhering to the rules. We decided to give them sort of one more chance, but based on what we've heard from staff, things have not improved. So I do think that we need to show that we're serious about these rules, and this is a sort of good enforcement action on that.
Yeah, and I'd concur. I remember definitely having the discussion last year. There were some red flags last year, and we kind of approved on a probationary basis. And not only were those concerns not addressed, it sounds like they were, further concerns, and the fact that there's no representation here, I think, speaks to that as well. So I'd be inclined to vote for Kevin's motion. Mike?
In questioning that list of concerns, was that current year or previous year and current year combined?
What I shared was just from this past
Okay,
year.
thank you.
Yeah, Mary?
I think it's really important that we take some of these type of stands so that the people that come in to host events understand that we're serious about what we're asking them to do.
Being good partners, and a special event permit isn't a right. It is a privilege, and I personally love events in town. I'd like to welcome a lot of events, but they should be good events. They should be well put on and work with the community and address concerns that come up, without a doubt.
Follow through is key.
Yes.
Yeah, I think an event negatively impacting a local softball game is high on my list of ones I want to support.
It's a good point.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
Anyone else have a comment on this one? All right, the motion from Commissioner Walker was to deny the Bronco Safari. All those in favor of the event, raise your hands. In deny, yeah. Raise your hand to deny. Yes. Yeah. Okay, and all opposed. All, and I assume you're abstaining, Evan?
Oh, no, I raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Gave me
Okay.
a curveball with supporting the event versus supporting the bus.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, so that passed unanimously.
Yeah.
In denying the Bronco Safari event. Okay. And Mary?
I move to approve the Redrok Roundup.
Second.
All right, I have a motion to approve the Redrok Roundup from Commissioner McGann, and a second from Commissioner Winfield. Discussion on this. Mary?
This is I've been working on UTV and ATV events since the first year I was elected, which was 7 years ago. And it has been one of the biggest heartburns I've dealt with. I've had really good experience working with the UTV groups in town, and I've had some really bad experiences as well. I've been threatened and treated quite poorly. But at the same time, that was just by some people and not everyone. I personally am very nervous about this, but I also believe that you give people an opportunity to prove themselves. That's very important. And these people very much have crossed every T and dotted every I and have worked very hard to put in the mitigations we have asked for, which was not the case with the previous events, Rally on the Rocks. They were very reluctant to work with us. Like I said, with the Bronco Safari, I will be watching, I will be listening. I'm in a good area of the town to pay attention. And if I find that our citizens are being negatively affected by this event, I will go out of my way to make sure that it doesn't happen again. But as I said before, I think everyone deserves an opportunity to prove themselves. And that's why I am okay with allowing it this year.
Bill?
It's 2024.
20, right.
I just want to thank them for wanting to be good partners with the community. I think that's important, and for a long-lasting relationship, that we've got to start off on a good foot and remain there. So,
okay, Kevin.
Yeah, so I guess I'm not in favor of the motion. I'll try to say some things I didn't say in the give some reasons I didn't give in the workshop to avoid boring you all. I think one generic issue, which lies behind a lot of this, is over and over again on the county commission, we face these sort of asymmetric situations where you have, one, you call it a special interest, but someone who has a very big stake in a project, but then there's going to be negative impacts that are spread much more widely, and maybe not. And so it happens, and this is more general than the special events, that the person maybe with financial interest comes and asks, and then asks again and again and again and again, and it's sort of tempting on our side just to to be worn down and give in to that. But I do think that we it's part of our job is to think about the greater interests and not just who's making the case right in front of your face at this moment. And that's psychologically difficult to do, but I think we should try to do it. So that leads me to the next point, which is, I guess one thing I've found disturbing in a lot of the discussions we've had about the UTV noise issue is we always sort of take it as a given that we have to make things pencil out for the event wars, and that's fixed. We'll make it as quiet as we can as long as it pencils out, or we'll be as quiet as we can as long as we can continue to run tours without trailering. Over and over again, we sort of say we'll make as much. We take as a starting point that this for-profit business enterprise has to continue and make a profit, and then we'll try to make it as quiet as we can, consistent with that. And I really think we should turn that around. that, we've heard over and over again from citizens that they want quiet in their living rooms, and that should be fixed. We'll allow the special event or activities to occur to the extent that they don't create even more noise in our already noisy town. And so I think for this event, that would mean, don't use those trails that can only be accessed by driving past people's homes. There's some very, Mary said they dotted every I and crossed every T. Well, they missed some really big ones, which is don't use these trails. And also there's the issue of trailering, which it sounded like there was some movement. I don't know where we ended up on that, but it's clear to me that you can make trailer the condition of if you want to be on this trail ride, you have to use a trailer, and I think that should be for both the Cane Springs routes and the ones in Sand Flats. I don't think we're there yet. So, I just in closing, since 2019 or 2020, we've talked about this issue over and over again, and to me, it just seems like a big series of failures on our part. We're not enforcing a meaningful noise ordinance. We talked about it a lot. We made some tries, but eventually that ran out of steam. We could have used the land use code to require trailering. That idea was floated and it fell by the wayside. A little bit of speed limit enforcement, but there could be more. And so all these places where we, as a commission, we're trying to make things quieter, those have been unsuccessful. And then instead what we do is we're going to, perhaps, if this passes, approve an event that's going to make things noisier rather than quieter. And it's something we don't have to approve. So I guess I'm disappointed that, we're not, to me, it just sounds like we're not listening to the citizens. I can certainly admit, it's possible to design a UTV event that would be quiet, that I would vote for, but I think it would, either the guarantee of using trailers for all those things, or it would just there's lots of trails in the county. They don't have to do things at Sand Flats. So that, I've got a lot more on my notes. I'll stop there.
Mike?
As an event promoter myself, hoops were put forth in front of this event. Those hoops were above and beyond jump through in my eyes. I will be voting in favor of this event, and like Mary, I will be the first one to call any mistakes out. But thanks for your hopes and well wishes to jump through all of these hoops. So.
Stephen asked for the floor for a second.
I just want to, for those that didn't listen to the conversation, this was discussed in detail before this point in time. So if anybody's watching online or if you're in person now and want to kind of go back in time and see the conversation beforehand. The applicant did mention, and if this is of interest to the commissioners, did mention specific trails in which they would trailer to, or did I misunderstand that? That he would be binding himself to trailing to certain trails.
Yes, they said that.
They did say that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make that clarification.
And apropos of that, I mean, sometimes when there's a motion to approve an ITA, it's conditional on certain things. I think this motion did not include those conditions, but I think on the other hand, an ITA is not the same as approving the actual event. And so I assume there's an understanding that, that if some of the things that were proposed in the afternoon workshop aren't happening, then it wouldn't be approved in the final things.
Right. I just wanted to make that clear, especially if there are things that the commission would like to see if there are commissioners that are on the fence and they want to enumerate those and say this is what we want, then the applicant would be more on notice to comply with those things before the final permit's issued.
Right. This has been a really tough one for me. Definitely been on the fence about it. I've voted against UTV events in the past, and I stand by those votes. I like the date. If this came on, the third weekend in April, I would not support it. I wouldn't think about supporting it, honestly. Those are super crowded calendar times. But a good part of me agrees with Mary that giving an event a chance. I think if we were to approve it this year, we'd all be looking very closely at how it affects town and our citizens. And I would easily vote against it next year if it came up and they failed to follow through on their actions or what they've said they'd like to do to run a good event. I'm still very much on the fence, but I am leaning towards voting for this. That I'll certainly get a ration from a lot of people I know if I do that. But anyway, my thoughts are still forming on this. Bill.
Yeah, I'd like to just speak to the fact that we are listening to the citizens, and I think we need to listen to all the citizens, because we've gone as a county here to great lengths to reduce advertising, to reduce all kinds of impacts on our citizens here. And those citizens there's two sides to it. We're in a very divided community. So there's a side of that we're reducing their incomes. We're making it harder to make a living. And on the other side of it, we have people that we're trying to help with the noise situation. And so to pick somebody who wants to be a good partner makes sense to me. So we've got all of the citizens at stake here. And I think not just those that don't want any noise. And so that's all that I wanted to do, was make that point. It's important that we continue to let the folks that work here and rely on this tourism to be able to make a living. There needs to be some collaboration from the two sides, instead of always, there's just no way we can do this. Well, I mean, eventually if you chase off all of tourism before you find some other kind of economy, then we're going to be stuck here with a very overloaded county and city of employees and no income to help with it. So Trish.
I agree with you, Bill. I do think there needs to be some compromise, but I think that's what Kevin was speaking to. So compromise would be choosing routes that don't go through town. Compromise would be, sorry, yes, thank you. Whoops, I'm talking into a microphone. Compromise would be, saying, hey, we highly encourage or we require via our event that you trailer your vehicles. So I agree. So where does the compromise comes in? Because it does have to come from both sides, right? And so that's all I'll say. I just can't, and I'm not going to vote for this, which is fine. And I don't think I think they have the favorability that it will pass. I do want to make sure that they understand this is an intent to apply. And so my guess is we're going to have quite a bit of public input on both sides, and hopefully maybe again, people will come to the table if we have a large amount of outcry opposed to it, that they'll come to the table and want to do some compromising, because I think it would be really simple to say, we require you to trailer. If you want to do Hell's Revenge, we respect that. We're going to require you to trailer to Hell's Revenge, and so some pretty simple things to mitigate and respect this community that listens to a lot of that noise all the time.
Mike, Kevin, I'm sorry.
I'm glad you brought up the economic issues, Bill, because we got a lot of emails, making those points, and I wanted to address that. One is this: I think for the past 3 years now, we've had 0 UTV events, and yet some of those years are like the biggest years of Moab's history. So the point is, there's enough people and enough different types of tourists that we can sort of have large visitation levels without having the events that have the biggest impact. We have that luxury. We're not desperate, and the proof of that is that's exactly what we've been doing there for the past 3 years, which are probably the biggest 3 years in our post-COVID, the biggest years we've ever seen. So I don't believe that we have to approve events like this, or the town's going to suffer some catastrophic loss in visitor numbers. More generally, I think as the county commission, we have to make a distinction between, individual businesses that might be suffering versus the overall tourism economy, how things are going. I think even in the boom years, when everything was increasing in 2016 or 2019 or something like that, there were probably individual businesses that were suffering from one year from another, and that's always going to be true. So I think to assess whether we've got a problem with visitation, we should look at statistics like, how much TRT revenue are we bringing in, how much sales tax, what's the traffic on 191 look like. And if you look at those things, you see that things are way up since 2019. It was basically a steep increase, probably unsustainable, then a dip in COVID, and then a really big boom after COVID, and some slight decline since then. But still, if you look at if you were Rip Van Winkle and you slept through COVID, and you were started at 2019 and you wake up in 2023, you say, oh yeah, things have continued to grow at a decent pace. So I just don't buy it. While I acknowledge that certain businesses might be having some trouble, as a county commission, we can't just, well, let me focus specifically on the lodging sector. I think it's no secret that there was some overbuilding here starting around 2019 that was discussed, while we were doing the new policy on overnight accommodations, and even people who worked in the hotel industry acknowledged that, there's, this overbuilding. They were worried about, what their occupancy rates are going to do. I'm kind of surprised that we've in fact managed to keep occupancy rates kind of constant despite all the building, and that's done through a really large increase of visitors. But the point is that the pie is getting bigger and bigger. But if we keep slicing it thinner and thinner, then if your hotel might not be doing as well as you want. But I can't say with a straight face to a resident here, we have got to grow even faster, because otherwise, we'll have hoteliers complaining. I think it's not our responsibility to fix the problem that people, overbuilt on lodging. And, I think it's our responsibility to try to keep a stable, predictable level of visitation so that people can plan their businesses around that, and we're doing that. So,
Mike?
I'm all for stable visitation. I don't know where projected growth should have put us, but I know that my wallet is down. My wallet is directly linked to tourism in all facets. And I am down as a person. My businesses and employers are down. And it's not due to visitation. It is simply due to non-having of very specific events that do fill lodging. This event fills more than just that lodging, which even if the numbers, I'll get heated. Even if the numbers continue at the current path, we do want to, as a county and a commission, look forward into still growing, stabilizing the economy. Okay, I would love a more stable ebb and flow, but we know that's not going to happen, and it's not going to happen fast because we only have tourism. So if we don't continue growth in tourism, it's down now.
I think we're getting into a more general discussion, and unless someone else has something else pertinent to this particular issue,
I was actually hoping not to peg a broader economic strategy discussion on one single event, whether it was this one we're talking about or whether it was a dog show or whatever. I don't think that whether we're approving a pyrotechnic firework convention that's going to be blasting fireworks off downtown, 24 hours a day or not, I don't want to frame that on a broader economic discussion. I think that these guys have really modeled what it looks like to show up and to participate, and have made strides towards putting together a desirable event. But when it comes down to it, for me, I think 750 participants, 350 vehicles is too big, and I think that, utilizing those trails in Sand Flats and out Cane Springs is not desirable. And so, even with all the work that has gone into it, I appreciate it, but I'm not ready to support it tonight.
Yeah. Kevin, one more.
Okay, well, I'll try to be brief. I wanted to respond because contrary to what Kevin said, I think these larger economic issues, maybe not about this specific event, but like you're very straightforward. You want to see more events because you want to see more visitors. That I think a lot of people agree with you, and so it's worth discussing that. Again, I point out that you said your personal business is down, but the years that it's down from were years that we didn't have this type of event. So I think we can have big years without having the highest impact events. I also think that if my goal were to get as many people visiting Moab in the future as I possibly could, I would not be approving this type of event. We have polls of potential future visitors that our marketers did, and those people value quiet more than they do ORV riding opportunities. And we see that both in the scientific polling, and we see it anecdotally, people saying, I used to come to Moab and now it's noisy, I don't like coming here anymore. I think there are more people like that than there are musical enthusiasts. And so even if the goal were to increase visitation and make all other concerns secondary to that, I think we should be thinking about the broader spectrum of visitors and making Moab a pleasant place to visit for visitors and for residents alike. And I think the highest impact events don't help with that. So,
Point. All right. So I have a motion on the table. Commissioner McGann, motion to approve the Redrok Roundup. Commissioner Winfield seconded it. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And all opposed. The motion passes 4-3 with Commissioners Hedin, Clapper, and Walker in opposition. We still have, did that cover all the?
No,
it was a Melon thing. Right?
Yes. Okay.
So I have a proposal on that, which I think is consistent with what we discussed in the workshop, which is that we do not approve it at this time, but we maybe instruct Kate, I don't know if we have any motion for it, but we could instruct Kate just to let them know that I don't think anyone raised objections to this event, but we just want to be neighborly and see what folks in Green River and Emery County think before giving it the official go-ahead. And
I think that's a great way to
communicate that to the applicants.
Okay.
But, I mean, the flip side of that is this is just an intent to apply. Right. And I think that, with the final approval hinging on the blessings, I would make a substitute motion to approve the Melon Days ITA, Melon Nights.
I'll second the substitute. Hopefully this follows through on approval.
The substitute, the right word.
Second.
Was
Evan's substitute.
I'm not sure Kevin's was that actually a motion?
No,
I
I didn't make a motion.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Then I make a motion.
Okay.
It captures Kevin's stuff that says we don't have to come back and have another vote for an ITA.
Okay. I would generally be supportive of that. I don't think we've heard anything negative about their other event, the Building Man event that they have at the same location. I agree with you all that it would be neighborly to get an opinion from Green River.
I won't do a final approval without that. Sorry.
Okay.
I need to cut you off.
All right. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously. So, okay. And that takes care of our agenda item number 1. Thank you, guys. On to agenda item number 2, approval of 2023 tax relief and cancellations through November 9th, 2023. Chris Kaufman, Treasurer.
Thank you, Commissioner Hedler. I want to make sure that you can hear me.
I can hear you great, Chris.
Perfect.
And we've got you on screen now, so you're all good.
Wonderful. So I'm presenting the approval of the 2023 property tax abatements and cancellations through October 9th. The total financial impact is around $382,000. of which 108,000 roughly is reimbursed by the state, leaving a final impact of about 273,000.
And that's impact on all taxing entities or just Grant County?
Yes, the fiscal impact is spread across all the taxing entities, generally in proportion to their share of the overall property tax. Additionally, tax abatements and exemptions are factored into the property tax rate calculation through the collection rate. Therefore, the taxing entities will experience little actual loss of revenue from tax relief, but all other taxpayers are going to see an extremely small increase in what they pay.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Thanks, Chris.
No problem.
Anyone have any? Oh, go ahead, Chris.
Oh, most of you have been through a couple of these before, and so if you've had a chance to read the background, I'm more than happy to move on to approving it or voting on that. One thing I did want to mention for the cancellations, there's a detailed list in your packet of each one and the reasons for them. In that list, we do have the folks who did not meet the income requirement from the state, but did meet the income requirement that the county put in place last year, which is 120% of the state limit. And I wanted to keep you apprised on that program since you approved it. And we had a very similar number of applicants and a very similar amount of taxes being canceled due to that program. This year, it was about 16 applicants with 15,000 in tax relief. Last year, it was 14 applicants with about 14,000 in tax relief. The only other thing I'd want to mention is just that in general, we are seeing a drop in the overall amount of tax relief this year. And that is primarily due to the fact that folks just owe less taxes on their residential properties because of the increase in valuation and taxes paid by the commercial properties, which we've talked about in other meetings. And so when people owe less money, then the tax relief is also going to just tend to be less. However, that was offset a little bit by a pretty major change to the veterans with a service-related disability exemption. The state legislature increased their exemption amount. It used to be about 283,000, and now it's about 479,000. So that was a large increase for the veterans, is going to help out a lot of those folks, and that had somewhat of an impact of increasing the tax relief this year. But yes, I'm open to any questions that anyone has on the tax relief and cancellations.
Thanks, Chris. Mary?
I move to approve the 2023 property tax relief and cancellation through 10/9/2023 as presented.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner McGann, a second from Commissioner Walker to approve. Any other questions for Chris or further discussion on that? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item 3 is related, approving denial of tax relief applications through November 9th, 2023. Chris.
Thank you again. Yeah, so these tax relief applications were received and signed and complete, but just didn't meet the criteria for the particular programs that they were applying for. And the State Tax Commission has recommended that the commission in its capacity as the Board of Equalization review these and officially deny them rather than just having my office tell people that they're not accepted. Of course, we do have many other folks who come and ask about the program. We tell them the income limits and the criteria, and they just decide not to apply. But these are the ones where an actual full application was received. State law does protect the privacy of these applications. That's why they haven't been provided in the packet. I have provided the applications to the commissioners and have numbered them 1 through 3 so that if there are any questions, we can talk about them without revealing any identifying information about the applicants. 2 of the applications were just simply over the income limit, not only the income limit for the state, but also the 120% limit that the county has in place. And those are listed in the table in the agenda item. Both of them were several $1,000s over. The third applicant applied for the blind exemption. but the verification we received from their ophthalmologist did not meet the criteria for blindness that the state laid out. So we had to unfortunately deny that application. And yeah, again, I'm open to any questions that you may have. And the standards of practice for tax relief are in your packet, which cover all of the eligibility requirements.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Bill?
I move to approve the denial of tax relief applications numbered 1 to 3 for 2023 as presented.
Thank you. All right. I have a motion on the table from Commissioner Winfield, second from Commissioner McCurdy. Mary?
Yes, Christopher, you said that unfortunately the person who was applied as blind, but yet wasn't able to meet that criteria that the state sets. But you did use the word unfortunately. Is this going to be an incredibly huge burden on this person?
It is not. The blind exemption is actually the very smallest abatement that we have. It only exempts, if I'm remembering correctly, about $11,000 in taxable value. So it's a relatively small benefit. And fortunately, this individual did qualify for other tax relief, just not the blind.
So, okay, so they did get other benefits, but this one they didn't.
That's correct.
So you're comfortable with the denial?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands, and that passes unanimously. Agenda item number 4, resolution authorizing the filing of cross appeals for the 2023 centrally assessed properties, and that is our attorney Stephen Stocks' agenda item.
Excellent timing for Mr. Peters. He just joined us. He's our attorney that represents us on this matter. I asked him to join us. He can give us kind of a breakdown, but essentially it's what we've kind of been on the path for centrally assessed. There's been an appeal filed. We're filing a cross appeal, which is was the plan to do, and which has already been filed. So it's just approval of that. Mr. Peters is on, and he can correct or add if he'd like, or if commissioners have questions for him.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you. I can give you a little bit more background, but essentially it's what Attorney Stocks has indicated. As you're aware, probably the 2016 and 2017 matters were decided by the district court. And typically when we have a decision of that nature, the parties are able to get together and resolve the outstanding tax years. There's still 2018, 19, 20. So basically 2018 through 2022 are pending before the tax commission. And then 2023 came up because each tax year and assessment stands on its own. So in order to preserve your rights, as well as the taxpayer preserving their rights, they filed an appeal. And so since you're already a party to the 5 other years of litigation, it makes sense to protect your rights for the 2023. And I don't think there will be much action as far as litigation in the 2023. However, the focus will probably be on a 2018-2019 year, which is pending that you are a party to that litigation that we're moving forward on. The property tax division of the tax commission and the taxpayer, Mid-America, they've been at odds on application of the decision, which I do agree with the property tax division that a lot of the items can't be just applied wholesale. So it makes sense to continue forward to try and see if we can get a better result than what happened at the district court for 2016 and 2017.
Great, thank you. Questions? Bill?
I move to approve the resolution authorizing Thomas W. Peters to act on behalf of Grand County regarding the filing of cross appeals for 2023 centrally assessed properties, and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Thanks, Bill.
I'll second.
Thanks, Kevin. Motion on the table from Commissioner Winfield and a second from Commissioner Walker. Any other discussion on this?
Stephen, it mentions that it's approved and within budget. Was that budget specifically for this work, or is it just kind of general?
That's my understanding. This has existed long before my time, and I think maybe Gabe or Christopher Kaufman's online still. That's my understanding, but to my knowledge, it doesn't come out of my budget for my office.
Oh, okay. I thought it was.
It would be an expense. I don't know what's most appropriate, but to pull it out of out of my budget or wherever is Deputy Legal Services, that could be appropriate. I don't know that where he's sending the invoices now, but they're getting paid. But it's a portion. We share a portion, and it's a breakdown based on the percentage of the value that Grand County has comparable to the other parties that he represents.
Yeah, and so there's there's 4 other counties that are impacted, and so we represent the other 4 counties. Uinta, Daggett, Summit, and Grand and San Juan County. And so Attorney Stokes is correct. What we do when we bill is we allocate it based on the percentage of the proportional interest to your county. So I think Grand has 30 or 40%, maybe even a little higher, but so you pay about 40 or 45%, I think, of the bill, and we send it to the auditor, and then I think the auditor submits it to the treasurer, and the treasurer pays it.
I know that it's been an uphill battle and it hasn't always gone in our favor, and I appreciate trying to appeal that and get some stuff going our way, but I also didn't just kind of want to without having any kind of caps or numbers in this. Would that be you that's kind of monitoring it to kind of know when it's time to counter losses and say this is a bad battle to keep throwing money at, or is it?
Well, the amount of money that's in controversy is substantially more, and not only is it more for the individual tax year, but it's compounded because of the number of years that it's going back. So on paper, it looks like it's going to be worthwhile, and they're appealing. We have to, well, we're not required to file a response, but it would be very odd if we didn't. And so if we're filing a response anyhow, filing a cross appeal makes a lot of sense as well. And Mr. Peters can weigh in on his assessment of the value.
Yeah, so
you worth the money.
well, we did, when this started back in 2016, there was a huge issue on intangible property, and we won that issue at the tax commission, and the taxpayer appealed it over to district court. And I know it is, maybe a blue ribbon when you're looking at the refund that was issued, but we did have one very big win in that district court litigation. And if we hadn't won that one big issue that the taxpayer was pursuing regarding having the disparity between the contract and the market price, having that treated as intangible property, if we hadn't prevailed on that, it would have been a massive refund, bigger than what you ended up cutting the check for. But it also would have reverberated into other industries throughout the state, as well as impacted Grand County. So that was something good that came out of that decision. Regarding moving forward and when to make the decision to, cut our losses, we definitely want to, work with the tax division at the state tax commission, as well as the taxpayer, to see if we can get some common ground to get these matters resolved. And that's kind of where we've been at, but we're kind of in the middle of the fight because the property tax division and the taxpayer are so diametrically opposed that we're trying to bridge that gap. But, we side with the property tax division and their application of the methodologies year over year. So we're kind of in a difficult spot, but we are trying to work through it. But, I'll know more maybe in the next 4 to 5 months of where things sit.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bill, did you had your hand raised earlier?
Yeah, some of this has also come up in the centrally assessed committee that I'm on with UAC, and there's definitely been an effort or a push, and Mr. Peters has helped with that also, to open a bill to take a look at the disparities that are going on within the centrally assessed and the ease in which they have to come back and appeal a taxation, and we have no recourse. And so there's quite a move on, and I believe in the last interim, the one that was in St. George, that Senator Bramble agreed that it would be wise to open a bill and to take a look at that. So
The other difficult thing is this isn't something that we establish the rate. This is something that the state has done, and then we end up having to foot the bill because we get the benefit at the end of the day of the tax. So that's kind of where it's not wonderful.
We budget that out of non-department supplies, and we budget for it.
Out of the commission budget. Yeah.
But it's captured in our general fund, but it's non-department. We have a separate thing for stuff that doesn't fit anywhere else.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else before we call for a vote? All right, motion from Commissioner Winfield, second from Commissioner Walker. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands, and that passes unanimously. All right.
Keep fighting the good fight. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Have a good
All right,
evening.
we did it 6 o'clock, so we have our second citizens to be heard session. If there is anyone who would like to come forward and be heard as a citizen here in the chambers, please do. I don't see any new faces. Is there anyone on Zoom who is here to make a comment as a citizen? All right. We will move on to our agenda item number 5, revised job descriptions and grade placement for Commission Administrator and Associate Commission Administrator. Renee Baker, Personnel Services.
Sure. Good evening. With the departure of our strategic development director, a lot of those, I would say, the strategic development portion of that job description has fallen to our associate commission administrator and our commission administrator. So to kind of formally wrap that into their existing job descriptions, I proposed a change to their job description. And with that, pulling the market data for that position and the increased duties, my recommendation is to increase both positions by 2 grades. My agenda summary did make it into the packet so that that difference is spelled out. The fiscal impact is covered for the remainder of 2023.
Did you say 2 positions?
Yes,
Two grades, yeah.
2 grades for each position.
Yeah, and the steps remain the same.
Okay,
Steps would
I
remain
thought
the same.
that's what it was.
Yeah, and I'm in favor of this. I helped push for this. Since our strategic development director is no longer here, I've definitely noticed an increased workload or increased responsibilities, and for both our administrator and our associate administrator, who I work closely with, and I think a lot of the rest of you guys do as well. We don't have that large salary anymore, and I think this is well warranted. Mary?
I move to approve the upgrade job description and grade placement of grade 28 for the commission administrator and a grade 26 for the associate commission administrator effective 10/18/2023.
Thank you. I have a motion on the table from Commissioner McGann, a second from Commissioner Winfield. Anyone have any comments or discussion they'd like to? Bill seconded. Yes. Yeah. Yes, Mike.
Are we still looking at, along with the pay raise, if it goes through today, are we looking through COLA raise, cost of living raise also?
Yes, that would be within the budget process. A COLA is generally processed across the whole county.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Separate from this, but yes.
I had kind of a general comment. I think when you were running the salary, surveys, that the back, behind this recommendation, we sort of get a bunch of different counties and cities throughout the state and for comparable jobs. And then I think typically you just take an average of all those and compare that. But, there's a big difference between, Daggett County and Salt Lake County. One tends to get paid more if you're in a larger organization. This came up a little bit a couple of years ago when we were discussing county attorney salaries, but I'm just wondering if in the future there might be some way to somehow take into account, population, see how the salary varies with the size of the government and entity and that.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. I'd love to continue chatting about your guys' philosophy on compensation, but also how to maybe better quantify our salaries and make sure that we're doing that correctly. I'm also pursuing a certification as a certified compensation professional, which would help calculate all of those changes. So.
Yeah. And I appreciate the sheer number of comps that you provided. It was interesting to look through some of the different compensations for, like Kevin said, some of the different sized entities that are out there. And it's really helpful looking at that. And I feel like you're right that those grade bumps are warranted.
I thought about that too today, and I looked at, cities or counties of similar size, and we're just this outlier, right? It's just not, you know what I'm saying? Like, we just have issues that, Juab County, which I think the two counties that are pretty much the exact same size as Juab and Morgan, and it's just like, we don't have a lot of similarities. So it's tough. Like, I do think it would be really interesting to dive into it. You're the numbers guy.
I mean, it's always going to be fuzzy, but to you, I think part of what you were saying is, Grand County is not a typical county with a population of 10,000. We have a very large tourism industry, and so our local government is much more complex. But I think, the thing we can do is say, well, whatever we are, we're smaller than Summit County in all respects. Maybe we should treat ourselves as if our population were 20,000 or 25, and then compare it that way. So that's the kind of thing. And so I'm just hoping this isn't really specific to these positions at all. I just think in the future when we're trying to decide what are appropriate salaries, we take things like that into account.
Yeah, it's helpful for sure. Bill?
Yeah, I'm fully supportive of this. I mean, I've seen the additional load that we've put on both of these people in this position after the strategic development director left. So I'm definitely appreciative that they've stepping up and taken that load, and that, that they're willing to cover in areas. And I know that includes Gabe as well, although we're not talking about his pay here. I know that as we talk about increased loads, Gabe has certainly seen that as well. So I guess in the study that you did, I would have liked to have seen it a little bit more broad, because you did just find the high end. And I don't care. I'm not against the raises whatsoever, but I think we should have included all of the surrounding counties around us so that we could have seen, what was.
Sure, I'll speak to how I collect the data. I do subscribe to a service that's for the public sector, where essentially the cities and counties self-report their data, so I can just kind of pull off of similar positions, where these ones tend to be on the higher end of all of those positions. But it's self-reported. I usually drop off data that's more than 2 years old. We can have a future conversation about how we pursue that.
Well, and I just think that there were huge rumors that went around, and we have to be careful in our agenda packet. Should have had some exact dollar figures to start with, because I had people calling me that they were getting $20 an hour raises, and I was wondering if I could get hired. So, I think for the public's sake, it went to the extreme real quick. So we have to just be very careful with that perspective. And I just wonder, I know it's probably not a huge thing, but if there's any value in the fact that we have increased $6 an hour on one and the other, to maybe consider looking at exempting from the COLA raise that might come around. And I think there's even been discussion for that to happen for others as well, maybe even including commissioners, as we've seen quite a downturn, although some people think that that's on the natural trajectory that they're always showing us. But I think that there's enough of a downturn that I would be acceptable with giving up a COLA as a commissioner. And so I just think for the public perception here that it might be a good option.
Mike?
It is in the past. Let's put it that.
Back off my counterparts here. I'd love to see Emory County and San Juan County thrown in that list. I mean, being it, we're next to them.
Sure.
But I like what Kevin said. I cannot voice my support for this raise enough. You guys have, significant more workload, and it shows. And you guys have been handling it well. So, I'd like to see that.
With the job description edits, were there, when we created the strategic development director position, were there duties that were removed from the administrator's duties then?
Other than the budget, which was handled previously in that role, no, I don't believe so.
I think there were a few,
Were there?
like grant stuff.
The grant stuff, yes, the grant and the purchasing agent was a commission administrator duty prior to the creation of the strategic development.
The strategic development director left grandma feels down the wellness.
Take it up.
I think, with the comparables, when we get into some of these higher grade positions that, comparing the actual job descriptions, it sounds like that's with the certification that you're going to be getting training that has some value too, to just kind of see, what are the jobs like in the different organizations. But I definitely see the increased workload, and I really appreciate staying on top of job descriptions so that, heaven forbid, if we do have to replace one of these individuals and we go out, that they're accurate to what folks are, what will actually be expected of folks, and not just this broad nebulous thing. So,
All right, I'm comfortable calling for a vote. The motion is on the table, I think, from Mary and the second from Bill. All those in favor of approving, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. Thanks, Renee.
Thank you.
All right, Kevin, would you mind taking over the consent agenda for me? I've long overdue for a nature break.
Okay. The consent agenda consists of the following. A, approval of minutes from October 3rd. B, ratification of payment of bills. And I think I should read the amounts. Oops. Bills, total bills plus payroll is $994,000, $294,246.50. Item C is consent to purchase new tables for the Old Spanish Arena. Item D, Indigent Defense Commission Innovation Grant Application. Item E, voluntary appointment to the Historical Preservation Commission. And item F, search and rescue OHV trailer purchase. So
I move to approve consent agenda items as presented.
okay, so I have a motion by Bill and a second from Mike. Mary, you should do it. Okay. Any discussion? Well, no, we don't discuss on the consent agenda, so all in favor? That passes 6-0 with Commissioner Hadler absent. Okay, moving along. There's a discussion item which I put on there, so I guess I can start to explain that. And I meant to mail out the link to the existing non-motorized trail plan, and I just got busy with other things. But the county has a non-motorized trail master plan, and it's a combination of a few different things. It's got like trails out on public lands that were approved as things we might want to see in the future. It catalogs existing trails, but something else it does is it catalogs sort of access from Spanish Valley to nearby BLM land. So these would be very short trails through private land. That part of the non-motorized trail plan interacts with our land use code, which says that if someone's subdividing, that typically when you subdivide, we say things, well, you have to give us an easement for the paved road, and maybe you have to build part of the Spanish Valley pathway. And on that list is also, oh, and by the way, we want you to give like a pedestrian easement, along your property line or wherever the thing was on the map to get access to BLM lands that are behind. And so that's one of the main tools that the county has used to preserve, access. This is, these aren't tourist trails. These are trails that, our citizens use to walk their dogs and things like that. So the existing plan was done by the Trail Mix Committee in 2011. I think it could use some updates. I think there's some access places that are not on the map, but probably should be. And I can think of cases where we're missing opportunities because it just isn't on there. So what I'm proposing, so that this would just be kind of a head nod sort of thing, but I would like to go to Trail Mix and say, hey, could you, send us like an interim adjustment, not to the full plan on all the public lands, but just to the Spanish Valley access of some additional things, additional access to public lands, which would then become before us as an agenda item, and then we would discuss and approve it or not. But I think it is because of these missed opportunities. I personally feel that I'd like to see this trail plan updated, at least in Spanish Valley, quickly. And then the final thing I'll say is, when budgeting comes around, we'll see that our Active Trails and Transportation Department is proposing a sort of big update to the entire trails plan, that we would pay, the proposals to pay consultant maybe $100,000, and that would include all aspects of it, and that would be an opportunity to visit other things as well, but that's not going to happen quickly, and so my informal proposal, which will be a future agenda item if enough people think it's a good idea, is just get Trail Mix, which did the original plan, just get them to do sort of an interim update focusing on Spanish Valley and access there, so that when these subdivisions occur, we have the ability to secure pedestrian access.
Thanks, Kevin, for introducing that.
I really like the idea. I know that there's been a lot of questions to me about accessing the future Spanish Valley pathway. And so I think this could, pie into that, like, hey, we're building this new pathway, but if you don't live right on it, how do I get to it, kind of thing. I think that accessing the public lands that surround us is a good thing as well. And I think it also could identify, to your point, Bill, even though this is a non-motorized plan, but needs for like increased parking areas. Just as people start to, maybe you drive to the Spanish Valley pathway and then pedal, or maybe there's areas outside, and I also think that this could be a good chance to share with San Juan County some of our visioning. Hey, this is what we're thinking of, and then they could say, oh, that's great, we're going to do something similar on our side of the line. I would say that I would propose this to Trail Mix as the first step, because I'd like to see similar work happen outside Spanish Valley to accomplish similar goals, but I think it does make a lot of sense to take it in bite-sized pieces and try to do it piece by piece and have a really good plan for Spanish Valley and then move.
Yeah, and exactly. And sorry, I didn't make it. This is definitely, I think the whole plan, including the public lands outside, needs revision, but I think there's a short-term need to get to Spanish Valley. So this is just the first step.
In discussing this, this would not be you said they would also have input. Would this be creating any new or looking towards any new easements over current lands, or just
no? Putting something on the map doesn't create the easement.
Okay.
but it gives the county the option of asking for that easement or requiring that easement if the property were subdivided later. So there's like multiple. So like if we go through with this tonight, that's kind of a very preliminary thing. Then we would get the actual map. Here's a bunch of proposed easements for, the future or something like that, which we could approve or not. But that doesn't create the easements either. Then, 6 months later or 5 years later, someone subdivides a lot, and then that's when the county has the option of saying, okay, well, if you're going to subdivide, we need these easements. So that's when the easement would actually happen.
Okay. I just didn't understand that it wouldn't understand it would affect people looking to subdivide, but I didn't want to affect anyone's current easement plan.
That's right. Yeah. It does not, if someone, like if it's a homeowner and they're not subdividing their land, then it has no effect. Okay.
Also, we'd just be asking Trail Mix to help us out with this. Trail Mix they don't have any power per se. There's an advisory committee to us, so we'd be taking their work and looking at that and
right.
Using that.
I'm just asking them, and they seem like the natural choice because they did the previous plan. But I mean, they're all trying. Evan and I could get together and draw some lines on a map. But I think it would be better if we got Trail Mix and a larger number of people look at this.
And I agree, that's a good place to start. It's a large committee. I'm on it, and it's very engaged, and it's it's populated with people who definitely care about active transportation and access and things like that. Yeah.
Possibly Bill Jackson. I know he's part of the maintenance on the existing paths that exist, so there'd probably be some good input from his department as well.
Yeah. Okay. Let's definitely get Bill's input as well.
Right.
I love that it's already been voiced also, but the focus on Spanish Valley tying in with San Juan County. I mean, there's we're both working towards the same thing here. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll say from the trails meeting I went to with UDOT, Mac from San Juan County was there, and we had a good discussion about that. And he was very interested in continuing the Spanish Valley pathway and having the developments down in San Juan County, part of Spanish Valley, have access to those non-motorized corridors, or in that he definitely made it clear to me that was a priority of theirs.
And I know I'm not quite as active on a bike as you guys, but I would love access. I mean, Spanish Valley access or trail access to Mud Spring. I mean, in an eventuality,
right. Yeah,
I know there'll be a lot of crossover. So,
yeah, but I agree with. I think this is great. I'm glad Kevin brought it up, and I think it could be very valuable, especially because we're developing down there so quickly. It's timely.
Okay, so hopefully before the end of the year, we'll have an agenda item, actual maps that we can vote on.
It's, looking at this plan from 2011, it's kind of fun to look at all the pending ones that are actually
have been
developed now.
realized. Oh yeah, right. Uh-huh. Yeah, great. So Kevin, and then so taking this discussion as a thumbs up, then we'll approach Trail Mix and ask them to. Yeah, great, awesome. Okay, thank you, Kevin. Anyone else have anything on that before we move on to the next agenda item? All right, our next item is our public hearing, and Lisa Martin has just joined us. Consider approving an ordinance amending land use code section 4.7 high density housing overlay, HDHO, and the rules and regulations.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Yes, I'm pleased to finally have this at your meeting as a public hearing. We've been working on this for several months, and anyway, I'll get right into it. The background here on this land use code amendment was really an effort to broaden the pool of HDHO eligible households and remove barriers to development of HDHO projects. And it also addressed some administration issues that we were having that were brought up by HASU in their process. So after several public workshops, including joint workshop with the Planning Commission and the County Commission, several at the County Commission, and meetings held, discussion items at the Planning Commission level, we've finally come to consensus on these revisions.
So this amendment was considered by the Planning Commission at a public hearing on August 28th, 2023. During the public hearing, there was one public comment in which a citizen expressed their opposition to the amendments, specifically regarding the decision not to exempt condominiums from the ownership requirement. In addition, a planning commissioner expressed opposition to the inclusion of an income cap for qualifying self-employed individuals, explaining that it could mean a self-employed person could be in jeopardy of losing their home if they were eventually earned a higher wage than the established income cap. And that would happen at the re-verification stage, where they have to be verified as eligible households annually by HASU. The Planning Commission member pointed out that housing prices may still go up, and in that case, the threshold set as a percentage of AMI could become misaligned with what someone would have to earn to afford housing in Grand County. Planning Commission member Jerry Clays made a motion to send a favorable recommendation to the County Commission to amend Land Code Section 4.7 and the HDHO rules and regulations, striking the language pertaining to the income cap for self-employed individuals. 4 commissioners voted in favor and Commissioner Evers abstained. So I have the sections of code here. If we need to go through any of these revisions, I can share my screen, but I'll just open it up to questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments for Elisa? Bill?
Yeah, I know there was some discussion wrapped around the Murphy Lane project. Just wondering if we could look at adding some verbiage, or we never really came to a decision on that. I don't know how many of the other commissioners would look at opening that up a little bit, but I know Courtney and Steve are here. I've got some verbiage already if we want to look at that, if there is no room for it, or is there? I mean, I'm just kind of looking for
I would be in favor of looking at that verbiage and at least discussing it for sure, Bill.
And so what would be the best way for me to share that verbiage, or do you want to have Courtney just share it with all of us, maybe, if it's readily available?
I think if it would be more appropriate if you read it, or
if I read it. Okay,
Can you share it on the screen so we can see the verbiage?
Not with my technical capabilities, but I can read it.
Which section would it amend?
What section? Ownership exemptions.
So 4.7.3 definitions?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitions?
And so there's already a number 1 in there, and this would be number 2. Under the ownership exceptions.
So currently it reads, just for people out in the wide world, an owner or owner's representative of a business entity with a primary place of business within Grand County. That's how it reads now.
Under qualified household, section 2.
I'm looking at a red line version under 4.7.3. I can share that version if that helps. Bill, you weren't going to share, right? Am I correct? You weren't sharing your screen.
What's the question, Elise?
No, he's not sharing his screen. Able to share your screen, is that right? Because I can go ahead and share mine so we can look at it.
Yes, that would be nice.
Thanks, Elisa.
Mm-hmm.
I can certainly send the entire commission an email with the verbiage suggested.
So I believe this is the section here. You can zoom in.
Can you make it bigger?
Yeah.
4 point.
Was it, what did you say it was? 4.7.3 or no?
I think it's 4.7.2. Yeah. Qualified household.
Definitions.
Oh, you know what? It might be the rules and regulations. Possibly.
Good. Thanks, Steve. Good save.
Doing their job.
Trying to kill himself.
I have it, I just don't know, I'm trying to see where it's gonna fit, or it's best in the,
Yeah,
in the code section. Sure.
If you why don't you come forward,
Sure.
Courtney? If you if yeah, you're going to speak.
So that
There must be a time lag because I
The
sent it to
section
everybody.
that was relating to the ownership for apartment buildings was in the rules and regulations, section 2, and then there's number 2 is the exemptions.
Great.
So we're talking about this one, right? Chalk? Is that the one we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, it is.
Okay. And so this is what is proposed, and then there's what the red line is. And
Yeah,
then
no, I
that
just
one-
got that. So this is the additional language. It's basically same as that, but adding.
Yeah, that's
So,
Bruce.
so maybe, while we're all looking, I think, to summarize, I think this makes an ownership exception for condominiums that satisfy some additional conditions, having to do with 50%, primary occupancy and things like that.
So it's saying 50%. I'm sorry. So 50.
So,
Go ahead. Explain.
but I think the effect is that for, condominium developments that fit this definition, then, some fraction of the units could be owned by outside investors, but still rented to,
Qualified households, local
Qualified
AEH,
households.
right?
So 50%.
yeah, I get roughly. I mean, there's another, 20%, which are, unregulated. So I just off the top of my head, I'm not sure what the final, but, it's less than all of the units, but, still a substantial fraction.
Right.
I mean, I personally don't, this is an issue we've discussed, many times over the years, and I'm not in favor of it. I think, one, it complicates enforcement to have sort of ownership fragment in this way. So it's one thing to have an owner of a big, like, apartment building that has, 8 or 20 units, and you've got to keep track of that owner and make sure they're renting out to the right people. But if instead you had 20 or 8, some large number of separate owners, I think that makes the enforcement burden bigger. So that's one concern. A second concern is that there's a blurry line between, like, a second home that's not occupied very much and one of these units, because if someone owns one of these things and they maybe don't try real hard to rent it out all year, and they maybe come down and do some repairs and stay a week, it sort of looks like a back door way to get a second home. And it's not, I mean, sometimes I'm not in favor of thinking of these wild hypothetical situations where something could go wrong. But I think we know from experience that people will exploit loopholes in our zoning code and housing code. We've seen when we allowed bed and breakfasts without much regulation, someone would build a house that's got like 5 bathrooms and 5 bedrooms, and it's basically set up like a mini hotel, but they called it a bed and breakfast. And so, there's enough money at stake that I'm convinced people will look for ways to exploit loopholes, and I worry that this opens one up. And then finally, I just think we want, the whole point of the HDHO was to create a limited market so that locals would just be bidding against locals for housing, and that will keep, we didn't mandate low prices the way some programs do. We just hoped that market forces would keep prices down. But if we allow more and more people to get in the bidding war, if one of these units goes to sale, that would tend to raise prices. I think the fact that it would raise prices is why we're being asked to do it by the developers. And so I think it's sort of contrary to the extent of HDHO. Maybe the final thing I'll say is it seems like this request seems very specific to this one project that we have. I just, there might be some unique aspects of that for why they're having, some troubles, but I'm reluctant to sort of re-engineer all of our HDHO code just to suit one project. So.
Go ahead, Stephen.
And for commissioners looking for the document, there's a version of this. It's item 4 on our agenda packet, and it's redlined under the qualified. It's easier to read in the redline version, section 2, qualified household. But in this one, the difference between this and the language that Ms. Kaiser is proposing is it doesn't have the 50%. It just has the straight language.
The what percent?
The 50%.
2%.
No, sorry, 50%. So if you look on the item 4, it's just much easier to kind of read it.
Well, I guess I'm confused, Stephen. I have an email from Steve that sort of suggests adding a whole paragraph, which I agree.
Right.
Not everyone has that.
It should be.
Looks like it's already inserted.
Yeah, there's one if you open. I don't know.
Double check that.
Email?
I can forward it. It's off of. If you go to the Civ clerk, it's. I don't know.
Yeah, this one doesn't mention.
4. It's on number 8, item 4, redlined amended HDHO.
Yeah.
Wilson Riggs.
You're right, this is 50%.
Just to make sure we're all looking at the same thing, I'll read the version that I'm looking at. So
It's right there on the screen too.
Inserted language that says the owners of an HDHA unit in a condominium development, which is not the same as the multifamily that we're looking at there,
Gotcha.
in a condominium development in which the property is under control of condominium owners association are exempt from being a qualified household. The governing documents of the association shall dictate that 50% of the total number of units in the development shall be permanent owner occupied to maintain development lendability compliance through Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, USDA, FHA, VA loan programs. The occupancy of HDHO condominium units shall remain restricted to qualified households.
And this is the proposed language that we have now in our version currently.
Okay, except that so this is identical, except that they made a copy of that paragraph and inserted the word condominium.
Now, this is a public hearing, right? So we're listening to the public.
We will be once
I
it's
got confused.
No, it will be once we
So-
open it. Right.
I'm a little confused on process. So if we add that language, do we have another public hearing? Because a lot of people won't have that opportunity to see that language in the packet.
Or will this, I think I haven't opened the public hearing yet. The public hearing will last from when it's opened tonight in a few minutes or whatever until, I guess we have 3 weeks until the next commission meeting. So the public hearing will last until the end of that period.
And so will the,
I don't think that's an issue. I think if we just went through the public hearing, and then when it came
Right.
time to approve, someone says, I want to approve it with the following amendment, as long as that
Okay.
isn't a gigantic whole-scale
Okay.
amendment that totally changes the character, then I think that's kosher.
I would agree.
And I think this is nice to get it out now, so it gets it in
Yes.
front of people for the public hearing, so that we can
Yes.
solicit comment
yes.
on that. And yeah, go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I just think there's some value, and I know we've talked about it before, in opening this up a little bit. This isn't, there's a limit to these HDHOs. I believe, what isn't it, 300 of them? And the goal should be to try to get to that 300 of people that are qualified to live in them and get people in these housings. And I think this just gets us a step in that direction. I don't see it as an area that is going to be highly abused. I don't see that. It's pretty well stipulated here. And I don't see the workload either, the additional workload. I mean, yes, it's a little bit different than an apartment complex, but 300 homes is 300 homes. And whether we like it or not, they're going to have to oversee them into perpetuity the way we've got the HDHO set up and keep track of them. So it isn't like this is adding an extra 100 or something. This is just more of opening this up for more individuals that work and live here.
It's not, though. It's opening it to people that don't qualify as workforce. And that's the added burden.
It's exempting them technically.
Yeah, so it's opening it up to investors to buy them who don't qualify as an active.
Who have to rent it to people who do qualify.
Hence the added burden, right? Because then you have somebody's owning it, somebody else is living in it, and you have to like chase that tail
Yeah.
around.
And then every time there's a sale, we have to keep track of that again. And so I think if there's, 10 times as many owners, I think there'll be 10 times as many these things will be sold and change hands. And so that's another way, which increases the workload.
End of the day, there's still just 300 units that somebody has to keep track of people in, whether they're rented or whether they're owned.
Trish, you had something to say? You had your hand raised earlier, I thought.
No, just for Elisa to clarify how many more of these HDHOs would fall into this category of the condo.
So how many condos are
Right,
left to?
right, because does that
Well,
make sense?
Murphy Flats is the only condominium HDHO project that there
Right.
is. So,
So it's only relevant to this.
right, and I think maybe Courtney, I can't remember off the top of my head, Courtney can correct me, but I think it's about 30 deed restricted condo units in Murphy Flats.
30. Yeah, she's raising her hand. Yes.
But
It only
for,
pertains to Murphy Flats, so.
but for other developments that haven't broken ground yet, they might want to change to, I mean, that could happen. And that's quite a few units.
Right. Okay.
And the majority of the units that are actually online and available to move in are having no problem in finding folks to move in. So
Is that true?
I think it's something we've been looking at it and tracking. I think it's also complicated by our current real estate market in general, which is very challenging because of the high interest rates and mortgages are very unaffordable. So it's hard to say whether the barrier to entry is the high mortgage, the cost of a mortgage, which is practically, it's very unattainable for a lot of people. Whether or not it's deed restricted or just on the open market, that's a huge variable that we're dealing with right now. And so I don't know, there could be some more digging into that difference but from what I remember in doing our original research with HASU is that there were a lot of folks that were getting qualified for these units. That wasn't really too much of a problem. It was more about affording the mortgage, I thought.
Because of the interest rates.
well, it's because of the costs, is what you're saying. If there's eligible people out there and there
Right.
aren't affordable things, so by allowing people who don't qualify as a worker to buy these, if they're buying them at a high rate, they're going to rent them at a high rate. It seems counterproductive to the whole point of the program in my mind.
Well, although the rental market determines itself to some extent as far as
That's what open
changes.
market, if there's more online, the open market dictates that most likely.
But that's
they're gonna
what
be
got
coming
us
in.
into this, is that people are being outbid by out-of-town investors. And so
Agreed,
we're
even on
trying to keep the market to just local employees. And this does the complete
That's the restriction.
opposite.
That's the one restriction we didn't have last time with the Airbnbs. Like that market could come in and build another house and rent it out how they see fit. But
that's what
the
this
occupancy
exemption
of the HDHO condominium units shall remain restricted to qualified households. Like, so yes, that small key of enforcement would go there, but at least we would have that on these 30 more houses. We didn't on the, we didn't have that key last time when I wasn't here.
I see what you're saying, but I don't think it's enough.
Absolutely.
yeah, I've lost a lot of sleep over this issue and talked to a lot of people, including Kevin and Elisa and others, and it's a big confusing issue, and I know some of you were on the commission when we created the HDHO ordinances. I was not, and I've been trying to play catch up on that, and I'm still playing catch up a little bit. But I think at the end of the day on this one, for me, all arguments being even, I think I see opening or putting this condo clause into this as creating more good than bad, if that makes sense. I think it will open up more opportunities than it'll shut down, and it does look like it, at least right now, just pertains to this. I'm not sure how many other folks who haven't broken down even have an opportunity to go condo, but yeah, that's where I am right now. So I'm in favor of the addition that Bill suggested. Mary?
I struggle with this as well, because when we developed the HDHO, the philosophy was that it was the developer's job to create housing at an affordable rate so that locals could buy it. We didn't tell them what type of housing they had to build. We didn't limit income. We just limited the market. And so, as hard as it sounds, in a way, that was the developer's job, was to make sure they built housing that locals could buy. And it wasn't our job. Our job was, we gave them the opportunity to have a lot more density, a huge amount of density, in order to create housing that can be bought by the people who live and work in Moab. And it's awful when all of a sudden you have you've put all this investment and you've ended up by building houses that aren't affordable. I don't know where the buck stops, and I'm not sure if it stops on us. That was the developer's job.
I believe that the developer doesn't get to dictate what it costs to build a house. There was an increased density that was given to us, I agree, but a current number I use is $400 a square foot to build a house now. It's just not the same as it was in the old days, and you can't put a trailer house on there and sell it to people. It doesn't qualify. That was affordable housing, and first-time home buyer, it's not an option now. So the developer doesn't get to dictate that. Bill Holtz dictates the cost of housing more than Bill Winfield or any other developer. We don't have an option. We can't build a substandard, sub-quality unit. And so I agree with you that the buck stops somewhere, but the bottom line is that after COVID, the numbers are like astronomical through the roof for builders, and people would have laughed at us if we said $400 a square foot 3 years ago. They laughed at us. They might have done worse than that, but here we are, and so we've still got to make these somewhat approachable and attainable by our local workforce, and that's my, I agree with you, Mary, the buck stops here. I don't want to open it up that somebody from out of town lives in them and manipulates them, but I do want to open them up for people that live here. That's what I want to see. And I think that we've got to stretch this a little bit, and it's been a work in progress, as Kevin has mentioned. It's for some time, it's been a work in progress, and we might not be done. So
I guess I just don't see how this, opens things up in any, way that's useful for affordable housing. I think if you're in the market to buy something, it definitely makes things worse because you got more competition and the prices, the selling prices of these condos are going to be higher if there are more people bidding for them. That's just kind of basic economics. So it doesn't help those people. It makes things worse. The counter argument one sometimes hears as well, but these ones that do get bought by outside investors will be available for rental, so maybe that'll help our rental market to more people. But I just think if the economics of renting are better, developers can just build rental units instead of being, so this idea of, building condos, something that looks like an apartment building, but we divide it up in small pieces and sell it, that to me, it opens a can of worms. I already mentioned, I think it provides a pathway for abusing the program. I think it makes our enforcement job more difficult. And I'm just not convinced that it's the only good path forward. I think the only reason we're talking about it is because one developer has asked over and over and over again for this change. And I think, I don't want to be mean or anything like that. If I were in their shoes, I might do the same thing. But I just think that the basic facts, haven't changed, and I just don't see any sort of general issues with HDHO that would make a change like this seem desirable to me.
I think it opens it up, and that it does. I think they were built. I think if they were selling to locals, they were built to sell at that price. They might sell at the same price. It just allows others to buy the units, and then they can then rent them to workforce housing here.
But why would they do that? No, why would somebody buy it to rent to a local?
I mean, same reason I'd buy it to rent to a local.
A previous employer would have bought several of them.
That is allowable.
I think we allow local employers to own them.
So my non-existent employer in Salt Lake comes in and has more money, but wants me to remotely work for them. Okay, so I can remotely work under restrictions and rent the housing from them. But it's just more employment.
I see it as people investing in this so they can make a buck, and they're making a buck off our workforce. I don't see it as some altruistic, they're investing in it for a refund, and they're going to look for a return on investment. And this is a program that was created that changed the dynamic of the valley by allowing higher density to support home ownership for our workers. And I think if we put them in competition against landlords, we're setting them up to have someone else lord over them. And I don't think that was the intent of this. I know that was not the intent of this program at all. And so I am really firm in not exempting the ownership requirements.
I just want to add something to the conversation, just so that we're not forgetting some of the details that were brought about or talked about earlier about the condominium requirements. That just might be useful to the conversation. I understand it might not persuade anybody, but just to have the facts out there that for condominiums, the requirement is that 50% of the units must be owned, owner occupied. So it must be their primary residence. So that's not obviously a workforce housing requirement, but it does provide the assurance that 50% of the units, so that would be 18, or I'm not sure how you would split 37 for the requirement there, but it would turn out to be 18.5 units would be required to be owner occupied. So there is that.
Trish?
Do you know off the top, or do you have the stats on how many are built and occupied right now of the entire program out of the 300? Because Kevin's right. I mean, I'm interested to know, like, if all of a sudden we allow this to go through, if we're going to have these other HDHO, before they're built.
Right.
Switch. Because now what you're saying, if I'm understanding this correctly, they could go from 80% owner occupied to 50, correct? Or am I sorry? I'm starting to.
Well, so out of the 37 total units, condo units at Murphy Flats, if nothing changed,
about the whole okay, right, the
whole
whole program. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that number has
Yeah.
changed too much since we last presented that,
So
um,
I guess
think-
another way of asking the question is how many HDHO units have got a permit to proceed but have not yet broken ground? So,
let's see. So I believe the last time we reported on that, the number I have here is 21, but there are 59 that were through our planning and zoning process, and we're just working on construction at that point, building permits. And so I don't know what that number might have changed quite a lot with the Murphy Flats units that have been built out now.
but what about like behind I forget the name of the motel, but the old Holyoke property? I mean, there were some large apartment buildings being proposed there, and they haven't broken ground yet. Like my understanding is we've got like over 250 units that have gotten the initial go ahead, and then I think the ones that have broken ground are less than 100. So it seems like there's more than 150 that have not broken ground yet.
But if we have
At least, yeah.
that have the go ahead, they're set as far as, what they're going to be.
But I think some of some of the people in that category have already asked for modifications, twice or three times, and I'm not sure how we would say no if. I guess we could write this so it only applies to Murphy Flats.
There's about 250 units that have gone through our planning process, but have not they have not gotten building permits. They're not on the market yet. So like Viewgate Terrace, that's the apartment building, that's 122 units. They're still just working on getting their improvements done. And Desert Soul is in the same boat. They've applied for building permits, but they're going through that process. And then of course, Peak View they've got 80 units in their phase 2 through phase 5 that are still in the works. Actually, those are still going through final plat. So there are quite a lot. There's 250 total that have definitely not been finalized in terms of building permits and construction.
Just another point I'm wanting to make, and I don't know of a single developer waiting to pick up any of the loose ends that don't happen here. I don't know of a single developer that'll ever do another HDHO after they get out of the one they're in. I don't know of anybody. They're not just like around, okay, hey, you got 50 more left, can I have them? Where are they? They're just not there. And there's a reason for the fact that a lot of people aren't starting work on the ones that they do have through the pipeline. They just don't pencil. And it's not just a matter of increased density then allows a contractor to all of a sudden be able to build a product that is cheap enough that you can get it in. It's a lose-lose situation at this point for a lot of them.
But I think that's an argument for going back to the drawing board, maybe on the HDHO. The idea was that housing, and this was maybe this was true in 2019, and it's not true anymore. Perhaps I think that's what you're saying. But the idea back in 2019 is some major factors in housing costs were, one, land costs, which we can try to solve with more density, and two, just a really hot market where out of town or we're bidding prices up, and so we could address that by limiting who could buy these units. And the hope was putting those two things together, we could produce affordable housing. And I think what you're saying is, well, just building materials, at least post-COVID building materials, are so expensive that even if the land was free and even if there's no competition, we just can't build affordable housing. But I think if that's true, then we need an approach totally different from we should not do any, we should not approve any more of these units because that's not going to work for reasons you just explained. And instead, look for government programs and subsidize housing more along like the Arroyo Crossing model or something like that. The idea was that without government subsidies, we could get kind of some mid-range housing, and maybe what you're saying is because of these changes since 2019 that just doesn't work anymore.
It doesn't work, and so do we just continue to stand our ground here and die on the sword? when there's options to help some of the people that that are in the middle of these projects to get out of them. I mean, let's die on the sword. Let's not make any decisions to open this up. What are the consequences of that? We're not helping anybody. We're not helping anybody. Nobody's going to get into these houses. So the goal is to help locals get into a house, and by opening this up a little bit, I think it allows people an easier way to be able to rent a house that they can't afford to buy.
I think I would be reluctant to conclude that, that we need to sort of abandon the idea of the original HDHO program, just based on what we've seen so far. It's a very small sample size. And I do think there's a lot of projects where at least the builders are, they're assuring us that they want to proceed. Now, maybe that'll change. You're predicting that they're not going to, the ones that are fairly far along the permitting process will find other reasons to not proceed. I don't know if Mark can get this. So I could imagine, eventually getting to the point that you're talking about, but I guess I'd want to see a more careful weighing of the evidence and not just have it be based on a few anecdotes of, a small group of people having.
I think it feels like we're at a bit of an impasse on this, and we do have to open up the public hearing. So just opening up the public hearing with what we have, I might consider taking a straw poll to see where we're at. And
is that what we need, to straw poll or a motion to?
Well, we don't have. It's not an action item, so we couldn't do a motion.
Yeah, it's just a public hearing today.
Right. So just to kind of get an idea about where everybody's at, so we know what final version to put in the public hearing. Is that right, Stephen?
And I think that is something that we've got to get closer on kind of determining. This has come before us in quite a few different versions. I think this version now is going to stay set in stone until, with the addition that we have from Ms. Kaiser, I think that's important that we include in the packet going forward, because I think all the commissioners have had access to read that, but the general public hasn't.
Right. So so basically, if we took a straw poll, it'd be to include or not include this.
Sure. And
second clause to section 4.7.2.
Yep. And then you guys have still in the future is the decision for all the red line edits on there, if that's the version that everyone's comfortable with.
And that's what we decided the next meeting after public input.
But some of those things, if there's inklings for the commissioners to include or not include, it'd be easier to work with versions of it instead of doing it on the fly. I think that's what I would prefer, and I bet Elisa would probably prefer as well, is to have some set in stone instead of the classic, hey, we'll do a condition on changing these three things and putting all this in here.
All right. Does that sound reasonable to everybody? All right. So I would take a straw poll. Who would be in favor of including this added verbiage that Bill proposed that's been presented to us? All right. So there's 4 in favor, and who's opposed? I'll just throw it out there. Okay. So it looks like we should, with a kind of a 4-3 split, that we should add that verbiage to the public hearing. Again, we'll make a final decision at the next meeting when this comes up as an action item, correct? Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
We haven't had a lot of fun tonight.
As usual, when it looks like we have a short meeting at, I have not opened the public hearing yet. Yeah. Okay.
We never have short meetings.
Right. Yeah. Okay, then, so where we're at, right, we're going to add that verbiage, and I will open the public hearing. We may get a ton of public comment that may persuade us to change it or something else. So let me get to the proper spot. I will open this public hearing on October 17th to consider approving an ordinance amending the Land Use Code Section 4.7 of the High Density Housing Overlay and the rules and regulations as presented in the packet with the discussed addition. I will keep this public hearing open. We actually have a 3-week period before our next meeting. The next meeting will be held on the 7th of November, so we'll keep this public hearing open until November 1st at 5 o'clock. Please send comments to commission@grandcounty.utah.net. And I will ask if there's anyone in the chambers who would like to make a comment right now in this public hearing. Courtney and Steve.
Thanks, everyone, for continuing to have this conversation. I know it's a difficult one, and everybody makes great points and comes at it from a place of us all wanting the same thing, which is awesome for our workers. But you're exactly right. The facts have fundamentally changed in the 5 years since we started this process. Things are not affordable, and it's not because we don't want them. Even since we started putting the cost on these units, interest rates have drastically changed. The AMI section of who can afford to purchase them. Now, we all know there's 250 more units that are coming down the pipeline, and you have to consider why they have not moved forward. And you can even ask them. But I can tell you one thing is that if they watch us fail, they're definitely not going to jump into the same pool that we just. So if you want those other 250 units, I think the more you can do to help all of these projects, ours just happens to be at the front end, the better the chances that you're going to get these units going. At this point, construction loan interest rates are about 10%. So how are they supposed to afford that and then create an affordable end product for them? As far as the having to qualify both the owner and the occupant, it's no different from a paperwork perspective than if you have a loan business. There's still two people that you have to qualify, the owner and the occupant, regardless of where that owner is within their local. So that doesn't change the administrative side of things at all. And then as far as second homeowners and taking advantage of the program, that is the main reason why we believe that condominiums are different than all the other different property types, is because you have an ownership association that has far more power than the county has to find people, being properties, make sure that people stick to their requirements of the program. And they can do things to another owner in their association that you can. So I think it's even more ironclad than if you have the apartment scenario where you have somebody up in Salt Lake that owns 100% of the units and can rent them to whoever. They have no oversight, whereas each individual owner will have oversight from locals. So we want to sell as many units as possible. Of course, the most selfish reason is to pay off our construction loan and not default. We also want as many local owners as possible. No more than 10% of the units can be owned by one entity. You even have local businesses that want to know more, they're not allowed to under condo regulations. So in order to keep that 10%, we can only own so many as developers. The gap between the number that are sold and the number that we can keep, those have to sit empty on the market until somebody that meets the regulations fills them. So this decides how quickly we can fill those units. You're right, we're asking for help. We're throwing out a lifeline. And I do think that this pertains to just our projects. So that's why we're asking for it. And please ask us questions, call us. We're willing to dive into the weeds with you. It's complicated with condos in a way that it's not for apartments and single family. I'll put this in paper so that you have something to refer to as you're considering. Yes, ma'am. Thank you all.
Thanks, you guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Public hearing is still open. I just want to make sure there's nobody on Zoom that is here to make a comment. Is that all we have on Zoom? Okay. All right, we'll keep the public hearing open until November 1st. Barring anything else, I think we've reached the end of our agenda, so I will close this meeting at 7:09.
Good job.
I'm super lazy.
Schedule lunch? Yeah. Sure.